Okay, y'all, a good Saturday afternoon. Hopefully, we can cover the severe weather outbreak today as efficiently as possible. I'm meteorologist Andy Hill here. You can see our risk area right now in this orange and yellow out here. We have a bunch of supercells developing over the past couple hours. This is going to pose all hazards possible risks today as we go through the evening hours, and then quickly it will dissipate. Okay, once we get to the nighttime hours, this should quickly be over. So, over the next few hours is the prime time for severe weather for tornadoes, large hail, damaging winds as we get closer to St. Louis and the eastern edge of this for Jonesboro, Arkansas as well. So, tune in, let everybody know that this is going on. Ryan will not be live today, but I've got y'all. So, pay attention to this broadcast if you need to relay severe weather to somebody or need to pay attention to it for yourself, whether that's to help with storm anxiety or so forth. Okay, we got closed captions today. We'll have Storm Chaser Nick Gorman below me, possibly another Storm Chaser later on, starting soon. Right now, we got the virtual Railfan cameras in place, and we do have 2 active tornado warnings for 1 storm and a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. So we're going to go into the science side of all of this. We're going to do nowcasting coverage of all of this. So that's what we do here. You're used to it at this point, but if you're new to this, then I hope that this is one of the best resources that y'all can use to stay weather aware and help yourselves out and those you know. So it's pertinent right now that we talk about this active tornado warning because it does look pretty gnarly. So here we go. We're going to focus in on it. If we play this loop back here from the St. Louis radar, you can see a really nasty circulation right in here. Now in eastern Marys County or Maries County in Missouri. This tornado warning does include Owensville, Missouri, Oak Hill, Cuba, Leesburg, and Bourbon, just along Interstate 44 and to the north. This is a really, really gnarly cell. Any tornado possible in this rotation that we see right in here. This will be rain wrapped. This will be hail wrapped, not just rain wrapped, but hail wrapped. I mean, if you're going to have visibility at all, now you're not. Even if you could see it through the rain, now you're going to have ice pelting you. So this is definitely a reason to be inside. And what's unfortunate is a lot of the people in these areas just went through a supercell drop in hail here about 50 minutes ago. So they're like, oh man, is it over? Is it over? But no, it's not. There's multiple rounds that are going through today. So if they're already taking shelter, we need to get them back in shelter for this tornado warning. Hopefully it's coming through as many people as possible on their phones so that information can be relayed efficiently and effectively. I'm going to be paying attention to a lot of things today. We'll see. We can take a quick look to see if this did do any damage or we can see any damage aloft. I don't think we're really going to see anything from the St. Louis radar because the problem is this radar is scanning through the hail. I could show you guys this. It's literally scanning from this direction into this hail in pink, and that's going to distort and scatter all of the signals we could see to look at a possible debris signature. So I think what we were observing here is a intense rotation, but aloft. We're looking at about a mile up in the storm. So thank you guys for the support. I'll try to pay attention to it as much as possible, but hopefully this tornado warning goes away. We'll be able to just cover all the hail storms as they go through before it congeals into a massive line of storms as it approaches St. Louis, eastern Missouri, into much of western Illinois. So right now, most important is to cover this tornado warning. I do believe. Wow, look at that. 97-mile-an-hour wind gust. I mean, so even if this isn't producing a tornado at the moment, I don't think that audio came through. Let me see if I can refresh that. So you guys can hear the tornado warnings. So thank you, Kevin and Terry Ann, for the support. Even if this isn't actively producing a tornado, you can see 97-mile-an-hour wind gusts is this indicator right here, just to the north of Vicky in Missouri here. So that's headed towards Oak Hill, Owensville, and down the line. This is going to keep going in this direction through St. Clair, Cedar Hill Lakes, toward the southern edge of St. Louis. We'll see how it evolves over time here, but this is definitely looking like something tracking towards St. Louis. So at the moment, we're about maybe a good 2 hours or 3 hours out from that. But it's best to let people know in St. Louis that, hey, this storm is doing some intense stuff over here. Wouldn't be surprised to see any sort of destructive severe thunderstorm warning issued. Let them know ahead of time that, hey, this is actually coming real. You know, I made a forecast video earlier today, or last night rather, and I talked about St. Louis in particular. So Vichy, thank you. So it's coming through. We're seeing it. We're seeing the results of that right now in spades. Even we've even got a tornado warning down here in south central Missouri too that we're going to cover just a second. So let people know. You can like the video as well. Do all those things that help, YouTube understand that this is important coverage. So very good. 97-mile-an-hour wind gusts is extreme. You don't see that come about very often. I've seen very, very few 100-mile-an-hour wind gust reports. So let's take a look at our south central Missouri storm if I can. Let's see, our closest radar is Springfield. I've got that up right here. So we got some rotation here. Tornado warning, including areas east of Gentryville and Dora here in Missouri. So this is eastern Douglas County, northeastern and northern Ozark County. So this is well north of Gainesville, Missouri. It's going to go off towards Willow Springs. Probably a new tornado warning would be issued if this rotation does continue on. Here we can see it in action there. So if this continues on, expect parts of Howell County in south central Missouri to be in a tornado warning. This will go to the north and west of West Plains. I know that's a populated area. I've had a few people from there in the chat before. So letting you know ahead of time if that is continued. That's our other active tornado warning in this pink box here. There's so many things here that I'm going to turn off these pink bubbles. Those just give me some information. But I'm going to go ahead and turn those off just so it's not super messy here. There we go. A cleaner radar is a better radar. So, I in my forecast video, I talked about possibly apple-size hail here. I know that Springfield, Missouri just went through a big-time hailstorm. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be on for that, but just a bunch of hail there was what was expected, and that is what happened. Golf ball-size hail. Hopefully that wasn't too costly a storm. But my forecast video in particular said that the hailstorms would begin on the western periphery of the Storm Prediction Center. Oh boy, my camera's doing the funny stuff. All right, let's get that back in here. And on the western periphery is where they did begin. They're over here. Our slight risk in place is roughly, it was roughly on this edge of things, and now these storms are going to evolve and congeal into a line as they move off to the east-northeast. And also, there will be a part of the storms that starts to trend more to the south and east down here. Models are showing that it will go even as far to the Gulf Coast, so we could get damaging winds all the way down there overnight. So once again, active tornado warning here, northeastern Ozark County, south and eastern Douglas County in Missouri. Go back and take a look at our other active warning. It does look like the rotation is not tight anymore, but we could see a cycle easily anywhere in here with this 97-mile-an-hour wind gust report near Vichy in Missouri. Again, this is the storm that is going to track towards St. Louis in some manner. It might not look exactly like this when it gets to the city and the metro area, but it is going to be significant when it gets there, I think. A lot of our tornado threat today is going to be in these parts of the storm that are locally the strongest and begin to, sort of bow out once we see a line of storms later on. And when that happens, we will get those spin-up tornadoes. Spin-up tornadoes are possible. I think that anywhere over here, western Kentucky and western Tennessee, the storms are going to really fizzle out into the late night hours. Once they get to those areas, I'm not particularly concerned about y'all right now, but keeping an eye out is good just in case. Anywhere else that I'm talking about will be in the risk areas first and foremost today. So this is expected to be an evening threat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Thank you. Also, there is that one line of storms that's in Florida right now. That's in the Florida Panhandle, and apparently that is producing a tornado warning. So let's quickly go and take a look at that. Luckily, I have the ability to have several radar sites open, rather, so we can understand what's happening down here. I bet this is going to be a weak spin up tornado. It's right along the coastline here. But yeah, you can see this is probably a water spout at the moment if it is doing something. That does include Blue Mountain Beach, Seagrove Beach, and east of Marama Beach. So this is east of Fort Walton Beach and headed towards Panama City. But these are going to be quick spin up tornadoes right along the coast of the Florida Panhandle here. Down the line, though, it definitely is worth watching if you know anyone in Panama City. I bet the strongest parts of the storm here, which are producing quite a bit of wind gusts and these severe thunderstorm warnings in red, they're probably going to reach as far north as Dothan in Alabama, and they're so everywhere along this Florida Panhandle. It looks like this thing has persisted and is continuing to propel itself forward as we go into the nighttime hours. So expect this to also pose a severe threat. It looks like a healthy line of heavy rain here in the reds and oranges. So Panama City about to get in on nasty conditions. Possible weak tornadoes being spun up by this as well. We could see another one right in this area, just to the north of our tornado warning, if this does, continue to establish rotation characteristics. You can see it right there. It's starting to bulge out a little bit here. So if this if this inflow connects right in here, this would go right along. Let's see, State Road 20 here for Freeport and Bruce in Walton County, and also in eastern Okaloosa County. So maybe another tornado warning might be possible here for Portland, Freeport in Florida as well. We're monitoring multiple different lines of storms here. And eventually down the line, this line in Arkansas and Missouri is going to break into two as well. One's going to head up towards St. Louis and into Illinois, and the other is going to go down into toward the Gulf states again. So yeah, lots to cover today. I would definitely be weather aware in St. Louis first and foremost today. All right, let's stop with the camera. I like that Ryan has camera issues or had camera issues, and now I have camera issues, but they're completely different and both, honestly a little bit hilarious. So even if this storm here that's headed along Interstate 44 towards St. Clair in Missouri, even if this doesn't produce a tornado or, spins up something else, it has intense hail here. We can see pinks and purples here. There could be up to, tennis ball, maybe baseball size hail, 2.5 inches in diameter falling here. And this is going to be wind driven too, because we have a 97-mile-an-hour wind gust report with this. All the same, this is a dangerous storm. It hardly matters if there is a weak tornado ongoing at any point in this. If there's a significant one ongoing, we'd be able to see it. We'll be able to see it. So besides that, we should be paying attention here in St. Louis a couple hours ahead of time. This is passing north of Rolla in Missouri here, and is going to parallel Interstate 44. Eventually, it's going to pass over it, though, so anyone driving on Interstate 44 around St. Clair to St. Louis is probably, you have the chance to blow out your windshield. I heard some storm chasers blew out their windshields earlier today because we had 3 to 4 inch hail falling in southwestern Missouri. So the case is going to be similar for the remainder of today with any of these storms before they congeal into a line. So let's go back to our southern Missouri tornado warning. Here we are in southern Missouri in this pink box. Northeastern Ozark County, eastern Douglas County here. Bunch of storms all in a line here. The rotation looks a little weaker. So the hope is that this is not continued. This is not a continued tornado warning. But if it is, then it will likely include north and northwest Howell County. So well to the northwest of West Plains. That is where the strongest part of the storm is going through. Let's look at Arkansas now. Everybody down here we're paying attention to. Again, the tornado threat is not expected to be high today. It's only a slight tornado threat, but we do have a tornado watch that includes parts of eastern Missouri and also southern Illinois. That's a low-end tornado watch. There's a chance for a couple spin-up tornadoes. That's what that watch is in place for. But it is going to be on the lower end of things over there. And that's because the environment as it is not really supportive of a lot of tornadoes. What will happen, though, is the storms will alter that environment as they move through them. And when they move through them, they have the chance to produce those spin-up tornadoes. So that's what we'll be watching. Those are going to be rain wrapped all through the evening hours. You're not going to be able to see those if they're spin ups. So those are especially dangerous and important to cover on a live stream like this. That's the plan. So right now we've got Railfan cameras up. I also know I have Storm Chaser Nick Gorman uh, in the background here. I don't know if his stream is up yet, but I'll give it a refresh just to see if it'll show up right below me. And if it does, we'll have Storm Chaser feed, possibly another one as we go into the night. I know Brian Allen's out here in north central Arkansas near Clinton. Right now, these are a bunch of hail and wind storms. That's going to be the theme for the majority of today. For everybody involved in this, it's going to be a gusty winds and possibly large hail until a couple hours from now, where the hail threat probably goes down a bit. And then this will transition to gusty winds. So let me show you that on Radar Omega here. If I come over here, I can show you guys where the hail threat is in particular and where the wind threat is for today. I'll also show you the tornado. So this is the wind threat. You can see the storms are beginning to move into the primary risk for wind, especially this hatched area that includes St. Louis and parts of southeastern Missouri and western Illinois here, or southwestern Illinois. This is when the storms are expected to, you can already see them start to congeal together here. If I draw it in black, these are all going to become one powerful line that moves through these areas and then dissipates very rapidly right in this region here. These are going to dissipate very rapidly. So, I can show you guys that. If you don't believe me, I'll show you it. Watch how rapidly these storms are expected to dissipate into the nighttime hours. So this is our convective allowing model. Let me go to a previous hour. So we have data. So there they are, congealing into a line, and then this is just a mess of wind, or this is just a mess of moderate rain at this point. So anyone over here, it's not looking too bad for y'all. Not looking too bad for y'all. This is at 1 a.m. and it's just gone kaput by that time. But down here, there's still going to be more of a severe threat. So New Orleans, you can see how this yellow area extends to the Gulf Coast here. This part that breaks off to the south is still going to be severe because we still have moisture in place. But you can see it there developing. This one persists and becomes pretty gnarly squall line out into the Gulf of Mexico here. But it will impact, once again, areas along the Gulf Coast that are already seeing severe weather or have seen severe weather earlier today. So another round is expected down there, and then up to the north, it's really not going to do too much of anything once we get into the early morning hours here. So really, where these risks are shown in red for the wind is where the primary wind damage is going to be, and then it's really going to peter out. It might wake you up still in the morning if there's still some thunder in Memphis, in Tennessee, or into central Illinois for Springfield, Bloomington, Urbana, Champaign. It might wake you up, but the severe threat is expected to be much less. It's not zero, but it's much less. So let me show you the hail threat real quick. We come over here to the hail threat. You can see this is further west. Come back to our current radar. This is further west than where the wind is, but there's still significant hail that could fall in and around St. Louis. Right now, the storms are in the middle of the primary hail threat into our northern mode here in Missouri and Arkansas, and they're just now beginning to develop down here into northwestern Louisiana and southern Arkansas. So if your area was not mentioned in any of those, any of what I just said, then you are fine to go. You are good to go today. We will transition from hail to wind as we go through the day. And then just for your information, here's our tornado threat. This area in brown is just our slight tornado threat, 5% chance within 25 miles of anywhere in this brown area. And how that's going to be realized for St. Louis and so forth is if there is a strong storm anywhere in here, like in this one right here, headed towards St. Louis, that can again modify its environment and produce a tornado. Without the storm in place, the atmosphere is really not that good at producing tornadoes in this case today. We're not looking at a prolific tornado outbreak, but what we can see is spin up tornadoes with any stronger parts of these lines. So I'll be one of the first to tell you about that. So hopefully that was thorough for most everyone who was able to listen to that point. We'll have more people jumping in over time, and I'll go over it again. So right now, our active tornado warning does include one in Florida for this circulation that probably is producing a funnel at the moment. Here you can see it just around Blue Mountain Beach. It's coming onshore, but I don't know if there will be a tornado on the ground with this. We can take a quick look. Nothing is showing up on our correlation coefficient. So this is probably at best producing a funnel. You are in a tornado warning here along the coast here to the west of Panama City, a clip. So Blue Mountain Beach and Seagrove Beach. And I'm concerned about this part of the line up here that's going to go to the north of Freeport toward this radar site over here. So that would be down the line. That would be Vernon, Florida, Ponce de Leon, and areas to the east of De Funiac Springs. All up here. This part of the line definitely has the chance to start rotating here in the black circle as it passes off to the east-northeast roughly. So that's our risk in Florida. Hopefully this loses steam in the next few hours, but I expect that given it's a mesoscale convective system, or an MCS, we call these usually, this is going to be self-sustaining for a while, and it's going to carry some damaging winds and possible spin-up tornadoes here. So we'll see. We'll see if that happens over time. We'll see if that happens over time. We could even have water spouts down here well into the Gulf of Mexico, very far out. But we can see some spots of rotation right in here where the greens and reds touch. So this part of the storm, self-sustaining, will last for a few more hours as it goes through the Florida Panhandle towards Tallahassee. We'll keep an eye on it just in case those tornado warnings come through. They might do so. All right, Nick is up on the RTMP. We got him right there. Storm chaser Nick Gorman. There we go. So Nick Gorman's heading towards the storms right now. You can see actually once his feed is working. Let me give it a refresh. Once his feed is working there, that you can see like the anvils of the storms in the distance. So the tops of the clouds that are being blown out in front here. So these ones right here actually, since we've got Nick Gorman right here, drawn in blue near Hillsboro, Illinois. He is seeing the tops of the storms that are over this way, the ones that are going to head towards St. Louis. So pretty interesting take. Over time, we'll watch his stream if it stays up, and we'll see what it looks like to get closer to the storms from further away. We'll see what that looks like. It'll be pretty interesting. All right, so back to our active warnings. We covered the one in Florida just now. This one again is nasty, but we've lost almost all sense of rotation. That's tornadic essentially in this supercell here. It looks like it's starting to actually bow out a little bit here. So there's that bow shape that I'm drawing in the blue. You can see the strongest part of the storm is being propelled forward with a bunch of hail that's about to impact Oak Hill. And these pinks and purples, I mean, this is a heck of a storm, 78 dBz. Let's see if we can catch a blue pixel here. Blue pixel chasing. This area of the storm right here, if it's not producing baseball-size hail as it approaches Oak Hill, it's producing a hail blizzard. So this right here in the pinks and purples, this is a hail blizzard at the moment. I'll tell you that right now. And that's going to go right over the Interstate 44 corridor here towards Sullivan, St. Clair, and into St. Louis. So if this right here, if this area of the storm were over St. Louis right now, it would be doing probably millions of dollars of damage because this is not an insignificant hailstorm whatsoever. So the hope is that peters out. We don't want that sort of damage, but this would be definitely a damaging hailstorm for a metro area. So I would advise everyone in St. Clair and so forth to be paying attention to this and be taking shelter because this will hurt your head just as much as being hit by a 2x4 probably would. You don't want to be outside in this. Don't want to be outside in that. All right, so that's the storm that's going along Interstate 44 towards St. Louis. It has a history of a 97-mile-an-hour wind gust. That's going to rip shingles off the roof, okay? So please be paying attention to that storm down the line here. This is our other tornado warning in Missouri. Our other tornado warning in Missouri is for, again, it's now only for Douglas County. So this is eastern Douglas County in Missouri, Gentryville. The tornadic part of the storm would be near and going towards Willow Springs, but it really looks like it's petered out here. This is probably not even a legitimate signal. It might be. So we had a bit of rotation earlier. If we play this back, you can see earlier, this is what prompted our tornado warning to show up here in the pink. And then it has since not really done anything significant that we can see on radar. But Howell County, northwestern Howell County in Missouri, we're looking right about this area here on the map. If I zoom out, be ready for that warning if it does come through for Willow Springs. I imagine this will be continued into a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment, but wouldn't be surprised for another tornado warning. All right, so let's look at Arkansas now. Hopefully those severe thunderstorm warnings do come through so that you can hear them when they pop up. I can hear them at the moment when they do show up, but sometimes it doesn't like to play. All right, let's see. Can I get Nick Gorman's feed up? All right, so into Arkansas, we'll take a look down in northwest Louisiana next as well, if you're just now joining. Into Arkansas, these are a bunch of wind and hailstorms at the moment. They could be rotating just a little bit, but the tornado threat down here is very low. Very low, so this is expected to be wind and hail as it moves through. It is going to travel through Little Rock, though. You guys are going to get in on some storms, definitely. And the same will be true for Jonesboro all the way down through this part of the state. We've got separate development happening down here into Shreveport, which I don't have a radar site open for, so let's drag this one down here. So separate development taking place overhead of Shreveport and Bossier City here. These cells are going to they're going to grow upscale. What that means is that they're going to all congeal into that line that we saw on the model data, and it's going to pass all the way down through the state towards Baton Rouge, towards New Orleans, and again along the Gulf Coast into the night hours. So right now, this is just beginning, and we'll see that we'll see that come together. So literally watch, this supercell is just now developing right over Bossier City. Just to the east of it, it's already got a nice hail core here. Just to the east of the city, it looks like it's going to avoid most of Shreveport proper. But if you're east of Shreveport, you're getting in on some hail already. And the same is true up here. Let's watch how fast these storms developed here over the last 45 minutes or so. You can actually see this boundary right here. You see how this is moving kind of stationary here? It's kind of like this wiggly part. The storms are forming right off that boundary and moving due east at the moment. But once they all meet each other up, they're going to start moving to the south and east across Louisiana. So we'll see that happen over the evening hours, especially even back here into northeastern Texas and far eastern Texas near Nacogdoches. We're starting to see development taking place rapidly all in this area here. And those will form into a line. So there you go. Let's take a look if we're getting a new tornado warning coming in there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There is the extension into Howell County in Missouri, also into Texas County out ahead of that. So Howell County, been talking about y'all. That's south central Missouri over here. Our new warning is going to come through, go into Texas County here in Missouri. You can see it right about here. So that is going to include Willow Springs when it comes through in the pink, Mountain View more than likely, and Summersville into Missouri here. So they did go ahead and extend this tornado warning. So if you're in West Plains and you got a tornado warning on your phone, it is far to the north and west of you at the moment, the tornadic part of the storm. So this is going to track towards Willow Springs. Please be in your safe spots. And if you're joining today, your safe spots are the interior-most room of your house or a basement if you've got them. And make sure you've got that easy checklist of your shoes, pillow or mattress for your head, or a helmet, and a device to make sure you can listen and keep track of what's happening in your area. Easy list, nothing to cause storm anxiety. It's just about being prepared, not being scared. Okay, So I think for a while here, the strongest storm that we're going to be watching is this one that's headed towards St. Louis. You guys are going to be the talk of the night for quite some time, I think. So talk of the night is St. Louis. Unfortunately, somebody is going to get in on the strongest part of the storms, and it does look like it might be y'all in St. Louis. So again, if you're just joining, let people know that, hey, this storm is going to track towards the metro here into Missouri and southwestern Illinois. It has a history of producing nearly 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It has a history of tornado warnings. It has a hail blizzard ongoing in it. If you can use a couple of words in there that get somebody's attention, then that can help really nail down and relay that message. Oh, I've got to take these pink bubbles on all of these radars. Of course I do. So let them know that, hey, this, no matter what it looks like when it gets to the city, it has a history of producing quite a bit of damaging severe hazards. Luckily, we're already down to one tornado warning. This one's been allowed to expire. However, rotation's starting right back up as it is allowed to expire. We're starting to see that come together once again here near Oak Hill. So if this continues to establish itself, we'll probably see a new tornado warning in the next 15 minutes or so. So we're going to keep track of that here as it approaches Interstate 44 and the St. Clair, Missouri area. Appreciate the support, y'all. Sorry if I'm not able to get it through to it. Just trying to keep track of everything that is ongoing at the same time. Absolutely. So how are y'all doing? Where are you guys watching from? Might as well get some chat spam ongoing here. Let me know what's going on here. How many St. Louisites do we have? St. Louisians? What do you guys call yourselves over there? Yeah, we could get some new rotation here if this storm continues to cycle efficiently. I'm watching. So we have closed captions on today. Make sure you guys are watching in HD as well. HD is good. Make sure you're keeping up with the date and time in the bottom right corner of the stream down there. Make sure you're on the same minute of the hour. Lots of Missouri. Yeah, we could take a look at Wisconsin too. Omaha, Nebraska. Oh yeah, we could look at the snow. Yeah, we've got a lot to talk about. A lot to talk about today. So yeah, I'll look at the snow, any freezing rain that's ongoing or sleet. Jeff City. Nice to see you all there in Illinois. Bossier City, lots of people coming in with the storm just popping up in that area. Yeah, happy to help. Happy to help. While you're all telling me about your locations, since I see a lot of you that are probably going to be in a risk area tomorrow, it's a marginal risk now, downgraded from when I made my video. I'll show you guys that really quickly, so you're not worried about tomorrow. Okay, this is going to be a lower end day, subject to change. But if I take a look at this dark green here for everyone from the Carolinas up through the Great Lakes, Glove of Michigan, or Mitten of Michigan, into Western New York through Pennsylvania, this is all marginal. You guys were in those 80-degree Fahrenheit temps, 90s for some of you, 70s for everybody else in this location. That cold front's just going to push through tomorrow, and it's going to bring a line of storms. Maybe it's not really going to be that organized like I talked about in my forecast video. So that's what's happening tomorrow, so don't worry about that. If the storms do come through, you might get a cool shelf cloud. That's what I would think about tomorrow in full. Nothing to really worry about. It's just going to be a stormy spring day as our temperatures change from hot to, mild or cold. So we're not going to be talking about tomorrow, thankfully. But we will talk about next week at some point, because I think we're going to have another one of these streams, another active period into next week. And it might be a few days of severe weather, actually. So we'll be paying attention to that. So here's our mess of storms at the moment. And up here, we did have some snow reports in eastern South Dakota. It looks like it's fizzled out a little bit, but that's going to change. That's going to change. Our low pressure, if we watch this loop back here, I'll point out where our low pressure is. If it'll load for me. Let's see if we can load it. There we go. So our low pressure system is probably right about in and around this area, just around Kansas City to Omaha. If I'm looking at it correctly, it might be a little bit further north or into Iowa here with rain wrapping around it. This is going to continue to travel this direction, the center of the low pressure, and on the back north and west end of it is where we're going to get a bunch of snow and possibly heavy snow bands developing Sunday, tomorrow into Monday, and that will go through Wisconsin, even the upper peninsula of Michigan as well. But I don't think a lot of that snow is going to stick, and if it does stick, it's not going to stay around for too long. Most of us will see temperatures the following day that will melt all of that snow that is existing. So, it will impact travel. We'll see travel impacted due to the swing of temperatures from hot to cold here, back to snow for upper Midwest. But I don't think it's going to stick around too much longer. We're in that transitional period of spring where it should all go away. It should all go away. All right, let's take one more close look at our Missouri storm here towards St. Louis. Here we go. We're getting Nick's feed intermittently there. He's showing up. That's good. So yeah, he's already getting to the clouds overshadowing parts of Illinois here. If we were to look at satellite, we would see these storms right here, this supercell with an anvil cloud that's going like well into Illinois at this point. And all of these storms that are now forming into a line with clouds that are extending well out ahead of them like this. So already Nick Gorman in Madison County, Illinois is under the anvils and the tops of the storms here that we're seeing. This rotation that could have started up here is still pretty broad as it approaches St. Clair, but it's still got a heck of a lot of hail in this mess. Still got a heck of a lot of hail, and I think it's going to start having a heck of a lot more damaging winds as well. All in the strongest part of the storm, which again is moving towards St. Louis at the moment, with a lone supercell out in front of it, actually. So at the moment, we also have even severe thunderstorms up here towards this triple state line here near Keokuk in Iowa. So this the tri-border area right here, tri-state area here towards Carthage, Illinois, even has a hailstorm in it. Gosh, my camera is having a blast today. We're going in and out. So this so let's talk about actually, man, it really wants to just keep going. I'm just paying more attention to it. Luckily, it flashes at me every time it does that, so I know when it's zooming in and out. Stop it. All right. Real quick, let me cover our active tornado warning down here. What was that new frame there? Okay, still broad rotation. So our active tornado warning down here in south central Missouri. Again, towards Willow Springs. This is going to be well north of West Plains once again. Tornadic part of the storm is following this pink polygon and this direction if it is rotating, which we might see some, stronger impacts of the storm here, possibly some hail behind it here towards Dora. So this is just going to be a gnarly situation in this area for a while. But right now, the tornado, it doesn't look like we have a tornado on the ground with this storm. So that's our one active tornado warning. We were up to 5 at one point. Let's take one more look at Florida as well, just in case. Yeah, we could definitely see a tornado warning for this right here. We're really close to the radar site, so this gives us good data. You can see tight rotation right in here, right about to approach the radar site here, north of Bruce and Ebro or Ebro, headed into Washington County. So if we have a tornado warning issued for this spot, you can kind of see the hook showing up on the radar just like this. So right in there is where our tornado would be. Hopefully it doesn't take out the radar site if it does drop a tornado here. Hopefully this is mostly rural areas out here, but this would head into Washington County and the Panhandle of Florida, including Vernon and Wasau here, or Wausau. I don't know how they pronounce it in Florida. So, again, wouldn't be surprised at a new tornado warning down here. You can see that starting to try to take place. It's getting cut off really quickly here, though, so if we don't see a tornado warning down there, that's the reason why. Our previous warning that included Seagrove Beach has really, dissipated here, and I think the strongest part of the line is right around to the north of Ebro or Ebro. So Panama City, you're pretty far south of that. This part of the line headed towards Panama City is really just going to be windy for now, but we'll keep an eye on it just in case rotation does develop in a significant way. But yeah, right now, the most concerning part of the storm is definitely going to head to the north of Panama City quite a ways. All right. So while I have this open, I'm gonna pull up some data here, some scientific data that allows us to look at the reason why we're seeing, a lower hail threat or a lower tornado threat today, and more of a hail threat. I have quite a few points of interest here that will help us determine why that is happening in particular, so that I can show you guys that. Just give you a back end. It's important to understand why things are ongoing, since we have the resources to do so, as we keep getting these severe thunderstorm warnings for hail and so forth coming in. Okay, perfect. Perfect, perfect. All right, so I'm going to take a sounding over St. Louis, Missouri proper, and then I'm going to show you guys what that looks like here in just a second. And then I will tell you why we're seeing hail and why we're not going to see too large of a tornado threat unless the storm, alters the environment that it's in. So let's take a quick look at that. If I have something open to show you. There we go. That's a little better. All right. So this is a look at, this is literally the environment or the atmosphere overhead St. Louis right now. The red line here is our temperature going up, and anywhere in between the red line and our blue or our dotted line here, actually our dashed line, this is our cape. You talk about the instability here that we need. Down here, this tells us that we have a little bit of a higher base of the cloud. So the higher that this is, right here where it meets together, this green and red line, the higher or the harder it is to produce a tornado, because the tornado has to stretch much further up to get to the cloud itself. So that's one thing we're looking at. This will minimize the tornado threat just a little bit until storms form and kind of saturate the environment there. But the other thing we're looking at is over here. This part of the graph over here is the hodograph. And right here, this is all you need to look at. Basically, right here is this area is at the surface. This is 3,000 feet above the surface. These two blue dots. So there's not a lot of change here. That means we have weak wind shear. That means we have weak nadir juice, if you like to think of it that way, if that's what sticks with you. And what this means is that it's really easy for storms to keep the hail in the rising part of it. So hail's not flying out everywhere. It's being kept in the storm, and that allows it to grow and become larger hail very efficiently. So that's what we're watching right now. That's what this environment looks like basically in the entirety. And it gets a little bit worse, a little bit more tornadic as we get into Illinois. So we'll be paying attention to spin up tornadoes at that point. But those are the two things we're really looking at right now, is this this part of the graph that shows our winds. And our winds are really not, spinning much up here. They're just keeping hail up in the supercells that we are observing right now. We're also looking at this part of the storm that tells us it is unstable. Lots of hail is going to be produced because we're going to have rapidly rising air due to all this instability, and the clouds are a little bit higher up, which makes it harder for tornadoes to form. So there you go. Quick rundown of the science, just to make sure that everything is covered here. So here, that's literally what this supercell right here and this part of the line of storms now. It's like a hybrid cell. That's what that's moving into. This was over St. Louis. So that was our environment over St. Louis. That's what we're looking at. Science behind it all. So St. Louis, again, you guys are going to be the talk of the day for the most part, but we'll see some isolated, possibly isolated tornado threats spin up at any point into the evening hours. And then once again, if you're just joining, I'll show you guys how rapidly this quiets down overnight. This is definitely just going to be into the early nighttime hours for most of us up here into the Midwest, the Ohio River Valley. So if I play this back, you can see this is our expected model output here for where the storms are going to be. By the time we're at 11 p.m., this is 11 p.m. Central, anyone here into eastern Illinois, into Indiana, the storms are just going to be a little bit of gusty winds and rain here. Anyone along this line from, western Tennessee, western Kentucky, through into southwestern and western Indiana, even up towards Chicago and so forth. There may be some small hail, some in some parts of this, but this is just going to be heavy rain. Our severe threat is focused in these yellow and orange areas, right, and down this line. But anyone who is west of, basically this area here into northwest Arkansas, the storms are already past you. So we can see, like right now, the storms are starting to congeal right in this area. If you're west of this line, the storms are already past you. But we're going to get some development all the way down here into, even southeastern Texas as we go through the evening. But anywhere west of that, storms are past you. We'll watch them move through the orange risk area today into the yellow, the slight and enhanced from the Storm Prediction Center. So yeah, that's just how rapidly you can see. That's how rapidly these storms just fall apart. There you go. By 1 a.m. Central, it looks like nothing. It's almost just completely gone for the vast majority of us. The vast majority of us. Blah. It's almost just completely gone. So look how fast that just falls apart. So most everybody, unless the storm is overhead you at 9 to 10 p.m. Central, most everybody's going to be able to sleep well tonight. And that's a good thing. The only people who might not be able to sleep too well are down here in New Orleans at 11 p.m. Central, or 3 a.m. Central, sorry. So Baton Rouge to New Orleans, this is going to be an overnight thing for you, into Mobile and Pensacola. So you're going to get another round into the night here. Y'all are going to be the only people who can't sleep very well. And it's going to be really heavy rain, lots of lightning, I think, with these storms down here, and also some damaging winds. So our threat's really going to be just the southern mode down here, maybe even as far west as Houston at about 8 to 9 p.m. Moving along Interstate 10 here through the late night hours. But everyone up here, it's just going to start snowing. So I'm up here in Minneapolis, in the Twin Cities. You can see how that some strong snow bands are going to develop here into Wisconsin, into eastern Minnesota, even up into the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, and as far north as northwestern Ontario. So probably some heavy snow bands are there, but again, I don't expect that to stick around too much. We might get some accumulation, but I went over it in the recent forecast video. I think that a lot of it is, that temperatures are right near freezing. We're not going to get too much snowfall accumulation. And anything that does accumulate with all these yellows and oranges, moderate snowfall here, expected in these regions for me, after it was just 85 Fahrenheit or 30 Celsius. It's not going to last too long either, because it'll warm back up. So we're not going to have a long period of snowfall, but it will impact travel. So if you're traveling anywhere up here in the upper Midwest over the next couple of days into Monday, it's gonna get a little gnarly. So just be prepared for impacted travel well ahead of time. I saw some people who were asking about that in particular. All right, so it looks like we're out of all tornado warnings for now. We'll see if those come through, if we get any more. So let's do some tornado scouting here. I can't be the tornado sniffer because Brad Arnold took that from me, but we can see if we have anything on the radar that we can scout ahead of time here. So make sure you guys are staying hydrated too. We've got quite a few hours to go into the night here, but it should not be an all-nighter for almost anyone except for New Orleans. So there you go. Just covered everybody in the expected progression of these storms through the night. If I didn't talk about you, then the hope is that everything is mostly tame, but you might see something coming through. So for our friends in Panama City, this line of storms is probably about, let's see here. This line of storms is probably about 20 minutes out from Panama City, 10 minutes out from Panama City Beach. There's probably quite a bit of lightning down there, too. I'll take a look at that. I could do that on Radar Omega, actually. Let's do that on Radar Omega. or Panama City Beach. Y'all over here are just in that marginal risk, but this is what happens in a marginal risk. You can still get these storm systems that hold themselves together. They oftentimes look like this with this sort of bow shape to them. This is called a mesoscale convective system, or an MCS. So you can, you can change that however you want. What is an MCS? What's the first thing that pops into your head? That's MCS. And use that to think of it. These storms are self-sustaining, and they usually look like this line right here. So this is going to keep traveling east along the panhandle of Florida through the next few hours in the evening. And then we'll see that again into the morning hours. You guys are going to get it once again. So multiple MCSs are going to move through here, posing a risk for damaging wind and maybe spin up tornadoes at worst. At worst. So be prepared for that if it does come through your area. And yeah, we have quite a bit of lightning down here. I think there are more flashes than Radar Omega is showing, but a lot of storms for everybody are quite electrically active today. So if it's if there's a lot of lightning where you are, let me know. Lightning is really cool. It's one of my favorite things. One of my favorite meteorological phenomena, especially positive charged lightning. All right, let's go through any of our active storms here. Here we are east of Shreveport and Bossier City. This is going to travel along Interstate 20. Are developing hailstorms here are going to travel along Interstate 20, and also we've got them significantly quickly intensifying here into eastern and southeastern Texas. So these are all right now damaging wind and hail. It's going to just be nasty there, but there's no tornado. There's very minimal to no tornado threat down here in East Texas. So our marginal tornado threat extends, maybe just into the Shreveport area. But storms are already passing through for y'all. You're almost out of it, but we can see some cells starting to pop up here west of Shreveport also, because we have all of these lines, all these boundaries that can force storms up all along them. And that's going to happen in spades today, as it is here in southwestern, south central Arkansas. And they're all going to form into that line of storms. You can almost see it. You can almost see all these little popcorn cells here becoming severe, and then they're all just going to form into that line. We'll see it very soon here. So it's pretty interesting to see the starting stages of a strong squall line in action here. So let's look at south central Missouri. This is for Howell County, north of West Plains. Still severe thunderstorm warned, particularly for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So yeah, we're starting to see that transition into a damaging wind threat here. And we might still see some hail intermittently, but I think our apple-size hail, those super large hailstones, that's going to quickly diminish. The threat for that's diminishing overnight here, or into the evening hours rather. With the exception of this supercell west of St. Louis. So we're looking west of St. Louis here. It's on its own right now, out ahead of the line. It's going to be absorbed, though, pretty soon here. And it has a history of producing 2-inch hailstones. So, yeah, we'll see a lot of those considerable severe thunderstorm warnings come through for wind and or hail as we get developing supercells down there in Arkansas. So it looks like this was never able to establish tight rotation on on any cycle that it could have produced here along Interstate 44. But again, Interstate 44 now is horrible to drive on. There's quarter-size hail falling here. It's wind-driven. St. Clair in Missouri is about to get in on it. And this is pretty rapidly approaching St. Louis, actually. If we get a look at, or a feel for how fast this is moving. I think that this was an hour ago, and this is now. So parts of this storm are, maybe an hour out from St. Louis. Anywhere where the storm is kind of like bowing out in front like this, it can move much faster than we initially thought it would move, much faster than models thought it would move, because it starts to push itself forward. There's responses in the atmosphere that move it faster than expected. So St. Louis could get in on this, the western part of the suburbs are about to get in on this leading supercell. This is just carrying a bunch of hail with it as it goes into St. Louis. Any sort of tornadic threat, spin up tornadoes are a little bit further back, closer to Sullivan, Stanton, and St. Clair. So we're watching this closely just in case something else does develop. This has a history of doing some pretty nasty stuff. So yeah, lots of people got in on hail today. If you already got in on hail, what was the largest hailstone that you found? If you went out, if you were in Springfield, Missouri earlier, y'all got in on some pretty large hail and a lot of it right through the city. Did you see what was the largest hail you guys observed today? If you're already clear of the storms, like in Jefferson City, Joplin, you guys are already clear of the storms today. Wondering if we got any really big hail reports. All right. All right, we got Radar Omega in the description. Thanks, Frank. Sorry about that. I'm watching the office chat right now, so that's where I would have seen it the moment you brought it up. Yeah, there is a tornado watch in place for a lot of these areas. I can pull that up just so we can take a look at it. The tornado watch that does exist at the moment for southwestern Illinois and southeastern and eastern Missouri, including St. Louis, it's a lower end tornado watch. The probabilities are actually just barely, a tornado watch criteria, so to speak. But that doesn't mean you discount it at all. So here's a look at that. This is our active tornado watch. So St. Louis is included, areas south of Springfield, Illinois, Poplar Bluff, and to the tri-state border area right here. So St. Louis, again, we're talking about you first and foremost, down through Farmington, down to Cape Girardeau. This is our tornado watch. 30% chance in this area to see 2 or more tornadoes, which is a 70% chance to not even see 2 tornadoes in this entire area. So lower end watch, but in place just in case we get spin up tornadoes as this develops
into a line.
A
new tornado warning has been issued.
That's what we're looking at down there on this tornado watch. So let's look at our new warning that's come through for Shannon and Texas County. That's down south again, south central Missouri. So this is the part of the storm that was warned. I think it's probably for this area near Summersville. We'll see that come through. It doesn't go into Dent County, so yeah, it's back in here somewhere. Shannon and Texas. I know Texas County was down here. Wait for it to show up. So new warning for south central Missouri down here. I think it's probably going to be a pretty small warning when it does show up. There it is. So we got just a little bit of rotation right here near Summersville. Since we're so far away from any radar site down here, we were talking about this, the last stream that I did, actually, the same area, just about. We're so far away from any radar site here. If we see rotation like this just near Summerville, Missouri, we're going to get preventative tornado warnings. That's what those are called, preventative tornado warnings. We see enough rotation to prompt a warning in this area or up here near Summersville. And since we're so far away from any radar data, we either rely on spotters in person to tell us what's happening, or the National Weather Service uses a couple of algorithms to say, hey, this is rotating strong enough at this at this height of the storm that we should issue a tornado warning, even though we can't tell what's happening at the surface. So that's what we see going on up here. Preventative tornado warnings. These pink polygons still should be taken seriously, of course. Please be in your safe spots. We called out Summersville a little bit ago. The storm's now approaching your doorstep. So another tornado warning issued for this part of the storm down here in south central Missouri. A preventative tornado warning in place. How do you send a picture? You can tag me on Twitter. If any stream mods want to, copy and paste the link for Twitter, that's the easiest way to do it since we don't have a command for it. But it's that's menial mod tasks. I believe in you guys. But yeah, you can send it along there. If we have less activity today, I can look through some of those. I can look through some of those. There you go. There's our active tornado warning. I'm surprised we did have up to 4 or 5 simultaneous tornado warnings today. So it's while the tornado threat is expected to be less, it's not insignificant today, especially because we can have those spin ups in the Panhandle of Florida as well. Right now, though, pretty much every tornado threat that could be ongoing is looking pretty weak. The moment something does become more significant, we'll have an immediate eye on it. All right, back to the St. Louis. Back to the St. Louis area. Again, our big time hail and wind threat is coming through right about over Stanton, Missouri, towards St. Clair. So Interstate 44, very, very dangerous to drive along. This leading supercell is producing plenty of ping pong size hailstones, golf ball size hailstones, and possibly even, maybe a little bit larger than that as well. And this is going to move into the western part of the St. Louis metro and across probably the northern part of it. We have Storm Chaser Nick Gorman right below me. He is over here. There's his dot right there, circle in blue. He's headed towards this lead supercell, and then of course he'll intercept the line right behind it as well. So all parts of St. Louis are going to get in on some fun in the storms here. Whether or not you think it's fun, it's going to be a heck of a ride. So I don't like roller coasters personally, so yeah, that wouldn't be fun for me. But this leading supercell looks like it's going to impact western and northern St. Louis, and then this part of the storm back in here at some point is also going to probably impact most all of the metro area as well. So we may see a couple of rounds. You'll see some lightning activity off in the distance, and then another one will come through. Yep, that's coming through. While we wait for new data on that, just know that it's very close to Chesterfield and Baldwin here. You're already going to start getting in on some hailstones falling out in front of the supercell. It's chucking them out in front of it. So you'll get in on the hail here in the western periphery pretty soon here. But it's going to last quite some time because the bulk of the storm is back in here, just over Interstate 44 at the moment, west of Eureka in Missouri. So quite the stormy couple hours for St. Louis coming through. The hope is that, the most damaging parts sort of fizzle out, but really what we could see here is a lot more of a wind threat here with the back end of the storm, and the hail threat first and foremost with the front end of it here, this isolated supercell. So let's go into Arkansas now. Keeping everyone up to date. Again, everything down here, we may get some rotation. Like all of these storms down here are rapidly developing, but right now they are expected to be incredibly minimally tornadic. There is a very minimal tornadic risk with this. What is going to happen is a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder. What is going to happen is probably some hail is going to fall. It's going to be loud. And the other thing about this is it's going to be windy. So I think that, hopefully we can avoid most all of the tornadic threat down here, but some of these storms are rotating, like this one near Heber Springs. So we'll keep a close eye on it just in case, but the tornado threat is expected to be somewhat muted down here. Down the line, though, once we get all these storms forming into a single line, that's when we could see spin up tornadoes at any point. And those warrant watching. Those warrant a close eye and a widespread. Hey, we should be paying attention to this. As far east as Jonesboro in Arkansas. But yeah, anywhere further east of that, like Memphis and so forth, the hope is that the severe threat really begins to wane into the nighttime hours, except for all of the areas down in this direction towards Baton Rouge and New Orleans. So that is going to be the storm, this part of the storm that lasts the longest. So yeah, that's an update for everybody in Arkansas. Same case for northwestern Louisiana to the east of Shreveport now. And same case for eastern Texas as well. Everywhere in eastern Texas is also seeing these storms develop, but they are not really tornadic at the moment. But we'll take a close look at them just to make sure. Already cycled through all these storms, then we'll go back to Florida because I've already looked at it 5 times, and we'll see if that's doing anything. These spin-up tornadoes are so fast. You're looking at what I do in the back end for Ryan streams. I have to keep an eye on all these storms and, catch them before something happens. So I can let them know that, hey, this looks concerning, and that's what I'm doing right now. So now we'll go back to Florida. Definitely a possible tornado warning coming through right along these areas that I've been concerned with for a while. Some slight rotation, but very weak rotation just over Panama City now that the storm's getting there. So I think I said 20 minutes ago, it's 20 minutes out. So now it's going over Panama City. So lots of lightning, heavy rain down there, and some wind, and a brief little bit of rotation here. But this is not the most concerning part of the line. This is well to your north. So Fountain in Florida is where I'd be watching right now. Would not be surprised at a tornado warning right here near Fountain and Econfina. And since this part of the storm is moving pretty due easterly, actually. Wow, why is there not a tornado warning for this? Probably a tornado warning coming through here if it continues to look like this. This is definitely worthy of one. It looks like it's moving due east, so Blountstown. We may see areas near Blountstown and Alpha in Florida here, maybe in a tornado warning if it's extended that far to the east. So lots of rotation happening out ahead of this line. Right here is the most concerning one. But we also have possible rotation beginning up here, wherever this line of winds is strongest. Pushing out in the tans here, this is about 65 mile an hour winds. And if it's tight, if it's wrapped up like this, that could easily produce a brief, weak tornado. So if that comes through there into Calhoun County, and also right along the border of Bay County and Washington County here, we may see that warning come through. Those will be the areas of interest. Down towards Mexico Beach, though, and Apalachicola, like, this has definitely got a shelf cloud with it, 100%. Like, look at how clearly defined this border, essentially, if the winds of the storm is. It's so clearly defined. It's definitely got quite the neat cloud formation, I bet. So it's gonna look gnarly. I'm almost certain about that down here. The storm probably looks pretty gnarly at the surface. So we'll see if that tornado warning does come through. Honestly, pretty surprising. This is like one of those cases that may be right on the border of whether or not the National Weather Service wants to issue a warning. It's like right on the border of, hey, maybe this passes, maybe it doesn't. So we'll see if that does come through. I could see a reason for them not to issue it, but I mean, at the moment, there's still going to be a really powerful area of gusty winds blowing down to the surface here near Econfina and Fountain in Florida. North and east of Panama City. All right, back to St. Louis in Missouri here. Our lead supercell is tossing down some hail, and quite a bit of it near Pacific. 2-inch hailstones reported in Pacific, so this is still dropping very large hail. You can see that in the pinks here that are showing up in the core of the supercell. 2-inch hail there, approaching the western St. Louis metro. Again, looking at the storm, not much of it up here looks tornadic anymore, which is good. But at any point, we can see if this supercell merges with the line behind it, we could definitely see a favorable interaction for possible tornadoes in this area. So once again, if if you didn't let people in St. Louis know an hour ago that hey, this is on your doorstep, it's expected to come through the city. Now they've got now they've got like 15 minutes in parts of the West Metro, and maybe 45 minutes for most of the metro before everybody's going to be hearing it over here, like everybody did in Omaha, Nebraska last night. It was pretty significant over there, wind and hail. That's going to be the case. So Omaha yesterday, St. Louis today. So let them know that there's strong storm coming through. It has a history of, having tornado warnings. It has a history of having what probably was covering the entire road in hail at one point, back to the west here near Oak Hill in Missouri. And it's gonna do. It's not one you want to be outside for in any way. So yeah, that's that part of the line. Now we'll go back to our active tornado warning. Again, this is a preventative tornado warning down here in south central Missouri, into Shannon County and eastern Texas County in Missouri. So this is far away from radar sites. Our possible rotation is kind of embedded in a couple spots here in the cell, right in this area circled. And I mean, it's so far away from the site that this is the best we can do is tell you, hey, this is a rotating storm. We're not sure what's going on at the surface. But if there is anything concerning, then we'll have that tornado warning out, and you should be taking shelter here, the interior-most room of your house. Yeah, lots of hail. Definitely by far and away the strongest part of the storm is up here into St. Louis. I bet that this part of the storm down here that has a bunch of severe warnings for it, this is probably going to move into the Farmington, Fredericktown area of Missouri here, maybe as far east as Perryville, and it's going to make it into most of the tornado watch that's in place that goes up to St. Louis and down to the border here into the Boot Heel for Poplar Bluff and Cape Girardeau. So that part of the storm is going to drive most of why that lower end tornado watch is in place over the next couple hours. And then, a couple hours after that, I think that the storms will be mostly done with. That's the hope. Or anywhere to the east of those areas I just circled or put an arrow toward. All right, another look at Arkansas real quick for y'all. We can already see this line is it's just a continuous, complete line here into in western Arkansas, moving into central Arkansas. So Little Rock, you are going to get storms. There are going to be probably some hail in the heaviest part of the storms, the strongest part, and it's definitely going to be windy here for basically everybody in Little Rock. Just watch these storms kind of come together here, and yeah, they're pretty solidly formed now. So that's going to go right through the metro in possibly about 30 to 45 minutes from now. So stormy evening is in place for Little Rock, pretty much set in stone. And then down the line, of course, that will be the same truth for Jonesboro towards the Mississippi River. But once it gets to the Mississippi River, the expectation is hopefully that it will be much weaker at that point for anyone in Memphis, anyone in basically all of Mississippi except towards Gulfport later tonight. So I was watching this one near Heber Springs earlier. If you remember, I pointed it out. Its rotation's kind of fallen apart. At one point, it was pretty concerning. Right in here, we could have seen some rotation start to establish itself as some of these cells back here interacted with the supercell. Right now, it doesn't look too concerning at the moment, but this is definitely a supercell that is rotating, and will put down some very heavy rain and possibly some small hail. So that's an update for everyone in Arkansas. Into south central Arkansas, it's much of the same. Right now, we see a little bit more of the cells that are kind of just, they're kind of isolated. They're not all on top of each other, and they're not a part of a line here. But eventually, this is also going to be, pretty much a straight line of storms as far north as Pine Bluff, and moving across, as far south as Interstate 20 here, as we see these ones down in East Texas blow up as well. So let's look down there real quick. One more round of heavy rain is possible into Shreveport. You can see all of these different boundaries, all of these different areas of wind that are all gust fronts essentially that the storms are putting down. If I get some more radar data here, you can see how they move. Once a storm, puts down a bunch of heavy rain, all the wind kind of just flows out from it. And if we're close to the radar site, we can see that in action. So if I play this back, you can see how these are kind of just moving in every which direction from all the storms that pass through Shreveport. One coming down here out of these storms here along the border. And then we have this boundary right here. And just to the west of all these lines that are going in every direction, we can see more cells popping up headed towards the Shreveport area. So bouts of heavy rain are possible with each new thunderstorm, essentially, that develops on any of these boundaries. And then, of course, further to the south, near Coushatta, or Coushatta, one of those two is right. I remember it. Just localized damaging winds, very heavy rain is possible with the most mature cells down here as far south as Beaumont as well. So all these storms are kind of going to come together over time into the night hours and persist through southeastern Louisiana and along the Gulf Coast again. That's going to be the storms that last the longest tonight. Much, much longer than anything that would move into eastern Illinois and Indiana and the Memphis area and western Kentucky. They may still be strong for some of those areas at that time, but the expectation from the Storm Prediction Center and my own analysis here is that they'll fall apart. They're going to lose all that instability, all the storm juice that they need to stay together, and they'll just fall apart really nicely. And hopefully just be, some gusty winds driving it. So again, really strong winds moving into Fountain. Localized damaging winds are possible with this rear inflow jet is what we call this. So this part of the storm right here, you can see the strongest winds in the tan are moving this part of the storm forward as this arrow denotes on the left side. So that's a rear inflow jet. We see a lot of those taking place in this area here in the Florida Panhandle. So locally strong damaging winds, probably going to be pretty powerful right near Fountain in Florida and headed towards the Blountstown, Alta, Sink Creek area. That is definitely the strongest part of the storm. It is exiting Panama City now, so you guys got in on the heavy rain and a lot of the winds that came through there. Anyone in Panama City? Let me know what it was like. You're on the beach or anything like that. Hopefully you were inside because a lot of lightning with this is prevalent. But I bet you saw some cool cloud formations. I'd like to see those if you were able to safely capture them well ahead of the storm. Just a couple of areas of possible tornadic threat here with this line as well as it moves through the Panhandle. We saw the most prominent one here just 15 minutes ago or so. That did not get tornado warned, but it was probably, pretty close to setting one off there if it did establish itself. So it was within, every couple of minutes we get a frame of radar data and we're like, is it worth a tornado warning now? The meteorologists here in National Weather Service, Tallahassee, or Tallahassee are probably like, oh man, every frame that comes in, I'm like, oh man, do I have to warn this now? So they're watching it very closely, just like I am. So Nick Gorman's finally made his way into St. Louis County. Let's go ahead and go back up to St. Louis so we can see what's going on there now, since a lot of people are hearing thunder. You can see this. This is a pretty cool. Nick Gorman's right here. He's on the south side of town here on the Missouri side, near Wilbur Park along Interstate 55. So I bet he's going to try to get a good look along Interstate 255 to 270 here of this leading supercell as it kind of gets absorbed into the line of storms back behind it here. You could see all of these hail reports. Just look at this line of hail reports, all from this supercell. It's really going to drop a lot of hail here. It looks like it's going to go, right into the city instead of to the north side of the metro. So hopefully this loses its hail making efficiency here, because right now everybody is getting hail all along Interstate 44 and to the north of it. Everybody is getting hail from this thing, so this is going to be something that everybody in St. Louis is going to be like, "Oh man." Basically, everybody is going to go, "Oh man," when this comes through. That's what this storm is going to bring about. Oh man. So this is an oh man storm, and then back behind it, there's another round of oh man for the south part of the metro. Yeah, so this is an oh man storm right now. History of producing pretty large hailstones up to 2 inches in diameter. Thanks for liking the stream, y'all. Thanks for any support that's coming through too. If I'm not able to respond to y'all, I appreciate it. Right now, yeah, the considerable severe thunderstorm warnings are prioritized, but yeah, there's a bunch of other severe thunderstorms that are basics. So I think that will also get more considerable severe thunderstorm warnings as we get into the nighttime hours, or the evening hours rather, here further into the evening, when most of the wind threat is expected to manifest. So we can actually see the beginnings of that. If you look back in here, this part of the storm here on the right side of the screen, it's got some pretty strong winds aloft, and that is going to end up driving this part of the storm that looks to be the strongest forward along this bow shape like this. So areas south of St. Louis into the Illinois side of things here. Maybe as far south as Farmington would get in on the stronger part of this first line of storms, and then down here into south central Missouri. That's going to be the part that moves through southeastern Missouri into southern Illinois. So a couple of areas of the strongest parts of the storms here that we're watching. Interesting bit of rotation that's just popped up here. Yeah, look how fast that is, guys. We could see a tornado warning here. That would be into Jefferson County in Missouri here. So St. Louis County now has got that considerable severe thunderstorm warning out ahead for y'all for this leading supercell. It's going to be for hail and also for winds. But down here, I'm pretty concerned actually. We could see a tornado warning coming through for this area that's wrapping up really quickly. So that's going to go towards Hillsboro. Let's play that back actually. Yeah, that's gonna include everyone from Cedar Hill Lakes down to Hillsboro, and then along Interstate 55 in Jefferson County, possibly Kimmswick, Barnhart, and maybe even the very far southern side of the St. Louis metro here. So, advance, y'all watch out for this part of the storm that's wrapping up pretty quickly here. If we do see a tornado warning come through, that's why that'll happen. So, let's monitor that closely. If you take a look, you can see this is a sort of a hybrid structure here. We have what looks kind of like a supercell. It's a little oddly shaped there in that line, in that part of the line, and then we have the leading edge of the line down here and being pushed forward. So on the northern part of that, we get a hybrid supercell structure and also an enhanced area of spin or vorticity, if you want a better word, a scientific word for it. So right here, northern side of the bookend, or hybrid structure, you see some rotation coming through. So this is tornado warned. If it continues to look problematic, then we'll see it come through right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There you go. Jefferson County, Missouri, now under a tornado warning. So again, please be in your safe spots in and around Hillsboro, Kimmswick, Arnold, Peverly. Let's see where this polygon is going to appear. There we go. So yeah, even as far north as the southern part of the southern extent of the St. Louis Metro. I think Nick Gorman will probably reroute toward that. Is he moving south right now? No, he's tracking this lead supercell. Honestly, I'm gonna tell him that that tornado warning to his south because he's not in the county that would have come through on the phone. I'm not sure if he wants to track that instead, but right now he's going toward this lead supercell. He'll probably miss it. He'll probably miss the tornado warn part to the south. So this part, again, follow this pink polygon. This is going to move generally in this direction, although we could get some wild motion here. So anyone in the polygon should be taking shelter here in Jefferson County. And of course, y'all watch out ahead here into Monroe County in Illinois. This part of the storm might get close to the southeastern St. Louis metro. Still heavily populated over here. Meanwhile, our lead supercell is moving into, again, still moving into the St. Louis metro. It's a really cool look here at from our radar site. The supercell is shaped like this. So we have this almost like a flying eagle shape here with the wings out in front. And the hail core all along this area. Since we're so close to the radar, you can see the hail being developed back in this region and being jetted out and out in front of the storm. So we see these pinks showing up here, hail falling in Chesterfield and the western metro already because it's being tossed out in front of the storm by the winds, the forward flank of it, rather. So very, very interesting look at a supercell pretty close to the radar site. It's a unique one. So as of 2 minutes ago, this radar data tells us this is still a concerning area of rotation starting up, prompting this tornado warning. Thankfully, I caught that out of the corner of my eye. I saw that. I was like, oh man, what the heck is that? To the south of St. Louis. So again, spin up tornadoes possible in this part of the line in particular. Anywhere down here at the moment is looking at a muted tornado threat. This part of the line is not going to be as tornadic, or not even close. It's really where we see that conjunction, that northern part of anything that looks like shaped like a bow, anything that looks like it's bulging out in front like this, with the reds out leading it, that defines the shape of it essentially. This is where we can see the rotations really wrap up here. Strongest part of the storm. So yeah, really nice flying eagle shape in here. Very nice, classic hailer supercell. This is what a hailing supercell looks like. This shape of it right here, and the reason for that is because we see the updraft originate down here and split into two. So this updraft splits into two in this storm here. Jets some heavy rain and possibly hail up this direction and also up this direction. And this weak part of the storm here is where the updraft is not focused. Pretty interesting to see it there. That is what you see in hailing supercells much more often than a tornadic one. All right, let's look at. Okay, thankfully this looks like it's fallen apart a bit. So hopefully that remains the case with this newest radar data. So we go into Jefferson County now. The storm is on the very southeastern part of Franklin County. It's primarily moving into central Jefferson County in Missouri. So that's what we're looking at here. So thankfully, it looks like it's fallen apart. We could see it ramp up again though very quickly. So we'll keep a close eye on it. The tornado warning down here in southeastern or south central to southeastern Missouri has been allowed to expire, which is good. That was our preventative warning for some rotation in place. Now we've just got some heavy rain for the most part down here, moving into southeastern Missouri at the moment. So hopefully this part of the storm remains weak. That would be good for our friends in Farmington, through Cape Girardeau, through the Bootheel, through Poplar Bluff. Even though these areas are in a tornado watch from the Storm Prediction Center at the moment, that is roughly this blue box. The hope is that this part of the line of storms, remains weak and that threat is not realized. So there you go. So hopefully this remains weak. Very interesting. We even have some strong storms forming back behind here. That's unusual. To me, that tells like anything that's popping up back here along the cold front. It's getting real cold now in Kansas City and western Missouri and southwestern Missouri. Anything popping back in there, I bet this is like some pseudo cold core stuff right here. So some heavy rain still showing up right in there is very interesting to look at. It to me that tells me that this storm is very dynamically active, meaning that it's something we see in the springtime where super warm temperatures out in front of the storm and a super cold air back behind it. The further apart in temperature those things are, the stronger of a response we see, and we see some oddities like this popping up in there. Yeah, thank you guys for liking the stream, making sure we can get it out to as many people as possible. Let's take a look at Arkansas. The good news is that hopefully not too many people need to watch, because the hope is that our tornado threat is muted today. But if there is something, like we just saw pop up in Jefferson County in Missouri, we would have you guys here to relay it, or if you need it for yourselves, and then you relay that down the line, so as many people as possible in the path of these storms can get information should it materialize. Should that come through. So for everyone in Arkansas, again, Little Rock's about 25-30 minutes out from a line of storms, lots of lightning in this area impacting them, and it looks like it's not tornadic for now. So it's going to be nasty out. It's going to be gnarly. Might get a little bit of small hail. But this is going to be just your classic springtime strong thunderstorm moving through for the most part. Everybody's going to get in on it in Little Rock. Everybody's going to get in on it. The same is true basically for every storm that's all the way down through northwestern Louisiana and into eastern Texas at the moment. That is the truth for all of these storms down here. But once they form into a line, particularly maybe right around this area in south central Arkansas, what we look for, or what I look for when these form into a line, is where is the strongest part of the line going to be? Where's the part of the line that's going to have that bow shape to it? So if this is down here in near Pine Bluff in an hour from now, or Monticello or Monticello here in Arkansas, if that's where that orientation of the line is later on into the evening, that would be the area that I'm most concerned with possible spin up tornadoes. Further down south here, if the storms are oriented like this direction in a line, it's going to be much more difficult for tornadoes to form, just due to how our winds are in the atmosphere. So that's what's happening there. So we do have storm chaser Nick Gorman here in around St. Louis. So if we go back up there, Nick Gorman, I think, is actually relocated really rapidly. He might be listening to me. Or he's going for... Let's see, what is he going for? I thought he was going up Interstate 270, but now he's gone south a little bit. I think he's going to try to get a look at this part of this supercell, which, may be starting to try to rotate here. If I take a look at the St. Louis radar site, I can't really see anything because it's past the front now. Yeah, I don't have any data there. I can't look at the winds. So we could see this wrapping up. I mean, it does look more concerning than it did earlier. You can actually see how rapidly this part of the storm has been pushing out in front. So yeah, let's watch that closely. We have that hook forming very, very rapidly here on the southern side of this as it heads towards St. Louis proper. So let's pay close attention to that just in case. This could easily... I just talked about this, actually. This supercell just 30 minutes ago, or this is like an hour ago. You can see it's moving slowly. That prompted a flash flood warning out here. The line of storms is catching up to it, and now it's kind of being like... It's kind of integrating itself into the line here. When that happens, the line can push it forward and actually induce spin in the supercell more than it could on its own. So yeah, look how rapidly this is not a good sign. So yeah, we call this a favorable or constructive interference. When the line of storms itself pushes this supercell forward, it can easily cause this to spin up here. So looking a little unfortunate here for St. Louis. I honestly, with a signature like this, I would just recommend everybody. Yeah, okay. We're probably going to see a tornado warning coming through for St. Louis. I'd recommend everybody in St. Louis to be in their shelters at the moment. We need to get information out to the city right now since they're probably going to be startled by this tornado warning and sirens. If this continues to wrap up, it's very quickly doing so. It's just beginning to be interacted by the line. I don't see why it doesn't. So I would say everybody in St. Louis needs to know about this right now, just in case. Uh, yeah. Let's get everybody knowing that. Okay, so let people know. Let people know this is not a good situation. Would not be surprised at a tornado warning, within the next couple minutes. National Weather Service St. Louis is probably like, oh man, and
A new
there it is.
tornado warning has been issued.
I only got like a couple minutes of lead time there, but we started yammering on about it, and now we have it. Now we have it. So hopefully, hopefully I could help serve as a little bit of an advanced warning here. But yeah, this is now for the city, and I would not be surprised if this produces a tornado. So it's not a good situation. Definitely let people know about the stream so we can give precise locations. If this does touch down and produce damage, then I'll be talking about street names. But first and foremost, let's talk about the areas first. Well, I mean, this is pretty much taking a beeline down Interstate 44. We've got Storm Chaser Nick Gorman approaching it as fast as he can go. It's going to start moving really quickly, though. So right along Interstate 44. So if you know where Interstate 44 is, it is going to parallel that into basically downtown St. Louis. So and then out ahead of that, it will go into the northeastern suburbs toward Maryville, Fairmont City, and so forth down the line. So please be ready already for that. We're watching this really closely. So this is a bunch of clear air at the moment. I don't see signs of. I hopefully don't see signs of a tornado already on the ground, but it might be. So let's get everybody in their shelters in St. Louis, Missouri. Talking about y'all in spades here. And sure enough, the strongest part of the storm has found its way to you. So please be in your shelter interior most room of your house. Shoes, pillows for your head, or a helmet, or a mattress. And make sure everyone's accounted for, and then bring me with you so that we have information. Because this is definitely going to be on the ground. Yeah, so this is a debris signature, more than likely starting up right here on Interstate 44, right near Valley Park. So again, this is going to go up through probably Kirkwood, Webster Groves. Dang it, man. Yeah, this is what happens when you get constructive interference. So we have more than likely an ongoing tornado entering St. Louis Metro right now. So definitely get in your safe spots. Interior most room of your house. Everybody in St. Louis should just be doing it. It's good practice even if you're not in this warning, which is the pink polygon here. Our warning further south has definitely lost its rotation, so we're focused first and foremost on the city of St. Louis right now. I feel like I'm bad luck, man. But I'm glad I'm here to cover this. So definitely an ongoing tornado right now, right over Valley Park. Let's talk about locations. If we watch this next frame of data come through and it's doing significant damage, then it's time for street names, okay? I'm ready to do it. Ready to do it. So please get everybody in their safe spots in St. Louis if you're just now joining. Let everybody know, whether they're watching this or not, that this is ongoing. We have definitely an incredibly favorable merger of the supercell with the line of storms. It is producing a tornado almost surely, or at least a funnel. You'll be able to see it just in front of this line. Nick Gorman's approaching that, so we'll have a storm chaser on the ground to look at it as well. I am eagerly waiting for the next frame of data here so that we can tell you more. Hopefully this is not on the ground, but it is definitely, it's probably on the ground, just hopefully it's not staying. All right. So again, this is going to travel along this arrow through toward downtown St. Louis, but everybody in the polygon should be taking shelter. Everybody in this pink polygon here should be taking shelter here. This is roughly the path of it through Kirkwood, Maplewood, along Interstate 44. So I'm most concerned about Rock Hill, Brentwood, Webster Groves. There's
New
our
information.
confirmation.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
There's our confirmation that the tornado is on the ground right next to Valley Park. Now it's headed up through Keys Summit. Interesting frame of data. I think this is good. This looks better. This is better than an ongoing significant tornado. So this looks weak at the moment. We need it to stay weak, but it could easily continue and spin up. So right now we're looking better. We're looking better right now, but confirmed tornado warning still in place. Again, this is paralleling Interstate 44 pretty dead on right now. So areas as far south as Sunset Hills, Crestwood, Sappington, Grantwood Village, Wilbur Park, Marlboro, and McKinsey here towards downtown St. Louis should be in their safe spots. Once again, if you're just joining, that's interior most room of your house or basement if you got it. Make sure you got your shoes, pillows, or a mattress, or a helmet for your head and your neck. And make sure everyone's accounted for. Don't be scared. Just be prepared here. You've got quite a few minutes of heads up here as we go towards St. Louis downtown. So thankfully, it looks like it's weakening at the moment. I was really concerned on that last frame. This right here was looking really gnarly for just a second, but I think it's weakening. Doesn't mean you shouldn't be in shelter, though. So there you go. That's St. Louis proper. Downtown St. Louis is right over here. And Interstate 44 travels right along this line. So if you can pin your location from that, that should help you out. Thankfully, this is past Eureka. Definitely had a tornado doing damage on the ground, though. You can see here, this area right here in the greens that I'm circling, the yellows and greens, right along Interstate 44 south of Valley Park. That's where our tornado is and or was doing some damage. Very minor damage, I hope. I mean, yeah, you can be anxious about this. You can be a little scared, but don't panic. Panic is how you don't get things done and be ready for this ahead of time. Just use that. Use the knowledge you've got and stay prepared. We probably already had the funnel trying to form. Now we've got Nick Gorman. Let's see. He's right here along near Concord and Green Park, waiting for a new frame of data to see if he's going to be able to catch up with this as he goes along Interstate 55. It's off to his driver's side window, and then I'll show you. Okay, so that's definitely much more concerning. So still a tornado on the ground. Now it's definitely headed towards Sunset Hills. Let's take a look at the debris. No debris yet, but we could have a quick cycle here. We definitely have much tighter rotation on this frame of data from about 30 seconds ago. So let's talk about that. Once again, that will head towards Sunset Hills, south of Interstate 44. It looks like it's trying to beeline to the east more than the northeast. So Sunset Hills, Crestwood, Marlboro, Afton, Wilbur Park, and Lakeshire, and north of Sappington. Right there, right around Sappington. Those are my areas of concern. This is on the southwest side of the metro. That's State Road 30 there, or Gravois Road, and State Road 366 or Highway 366 to the south of Interstate 44. And then as far north as Oakland, right in these areas need to be paying attention the most. This is seemingly where the tornado is trying to track towards if we do have one on the ground. Staying calm is absolutely key, indeed. So once again, interior most room of your house or basement if you got it. Anywhere here in St. Louis, it's a good practice to be in your tornado safe spots all the way up into the northern part of the metro, even if the tornado is not currently going directly toward you. This warning in Jefferson County is old, but we could still see some rotation wrap up more rapidly here near Hillsborough, so we'll be watching that closely. So yeah, even if you're not in, the direct path of this possible tornado or the previous tornado that was doing a little bit of damage, further to the north here, you're going to get wind-driven hail. So you see this area near town and country. This is 65-mile-an-hour winds and also hail falling at the same time here, right behind it. We have a hail core that's going to move in. So all parts of the metro are going to be in Gravois. Thank you, Gravois. Thank you. All parts of the metro are going to be in some nasty conditions here. So please be inside. Please be inside. If you see green skies, that's because there's hail back in there. It's refracting the light. So please be inside. No matter where you are in St. Louis, it's just not going to be fun outside. Not going to be good to be out there at all. So let's, as Nick Gorman gets really close to this, as it approaches him rapidly, let's first look at our data here. Again, we could still have a weak tornado on the ground, just headed towards Sunset Hills once we get some new velocity data. I thought it was Gravois. I was right the first time. Okay. They're trying to throw me over the bus here. Gravois is correct. So we're watching this area. New velocity data definitely weakening, but we could have a new tornado also trying to develop here near Kirkwood. That's again why I'm telling you guys, everybody in this polygon should be taking shelter. So we have possibly two rotations here. Two funnel clouds are possible at the same time near Sunset Hills and also across Interstate 44 near Kirkland here. Or Kirkwood, sorry, Kirkwood. So everywhere along that area. I'm glad I said Gravois correctly the first time. Please be taking shelter here. The storm can quickly cycle, put down a new tornado at any point. We can also see one begin to develop down here as this part of the storm approaches Interstate 55 near Peverly and Barnhart, further south of the St. Louis metro. This is definitely the strongest part of the storm. Anywhere south of this is much muted. You can see not even a severe thunderstorm warning down here. Tornado threat is very much reduced. St. Louis is our topic of interest at the moment. So I'm concerned with this area in Jefferson County, again, starting to cycle, possibly beginning to rotate more tightly here, more rapidly, as it approaches Interstate 55 in Jefferson County. And then, of course, our multiple possible circulations moving into St. Louis. Yep. Make sure you take a device capable of watching the stream with you as well, so that you can keep up with any time I'm talking about road names. If something does wrap up and produce some really tight rotation here and tornado damage at the surface. Right now, I don't think we have a tornado on the ground, but that can change literally in seconds. And we did have one previously, so this is not to be messed around with. Not to be messed around with for anyone in St. Louis. Hopefully my forecast video out ahead of time and this stream is enough to serve as for as many people as possible to be taking shelter here. Now you have sirens? Wow. It's a little late, but it'll do. Chesterfield is very well removed. Back here you've already gone through the heaviest part of the storm in Chesterfield. Unless you're on the east part, then it's looking pretty gnarly there. But right now, we're most concerned from
a new tornado warning has been issued
in Louisiana. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. St. Louis has my attention at the moment. Okay, I don't see another. I don't see another tornado trying to take place at the moment. Looks like this is really turned into a spin-up tornado situation. Thankfully, we don't have one area of concentrated rotation any longer. But anywhere along this line is dangerous. So hopefully no tornado on the ground. Once Nick finds a good place to set up here along Interstate 55, I'll take a look at his chaser feed there. He's right below me, Nick Gorman. And right now he's right here, headed towards downtown St. Louis. So where the sirens should be sounding are likely anywhere from this area into downtown St. Louis. This is the place where the tornado siren should be sounding because we have a really strong wind-driven hail thunderstorm back in here. That's going to impact much of the same areas that are in a tornado warning at the moment. So a lot of people are probably going to falsely think that this right back in here is a tornado ongoing when it gets to them, but no, this is going to be the very windy, nasty hail part of the storm. Again, we have like 70 mile an hour, 75 mile an hour winds moving into the northern metro, so all parts of the storm are incredibly dangerous to be outside in. Incredibly dangerous to be outside, and please don't be outside in the storm. Please be taking shelter in all parts of the St. Louis metro. All parts of the St. Louis metro here. So once again, the tornado threat is on the leading edge of this line of storms entering the metro in this direction. And then our wind and hail threat is also persisting back in here in this area of the storm. I can draw that in a different color so you can see it. So the wind and hail is persisting back here in black. And that's going to move through much of the same areas as well. Very strong storm persisting in here. So blue tornado threat along the leading edge of it as it approaches downtown St. Louis, and it's gonna last a while here for a lot of people.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A lot of people here with the back end wind and hail. It's very powerful. Like a huge swath of 60 to 70 mile an hour winds are right here from Valley Park up all the way north to Maryland Heights. So basically, spanning the entire metro is gnarly storms moving in. Eureka, you're well past the storms now. Back here, you're on the tail end of it. It's probably going to be gusty because we have winds pushing this forward. Again, I don't see a tornado on the ground right now in the St. Louis metro region, but I do see really powerful winds. I see really powerful parts of the storm, and I'm waiting to see if there will be a tornado. So our southern warning, again, was extended into Monroe County, Illinois. I gave you all an advance heads up down there like 20 minutes ago, I think, into St. Clair County, into Illinois. So this warning has been expanded to the east-northeast into Illinois, south and east of St. Louis, as it passes through Waterloo. We do have some tight rotation still in there, trying to develop, but it looks a little disorganized. So we'll see if a tornado does drop down there. And then up here, again, this tornado warning is probably going to be expanded once again to include the Illinois side of the St. Louis metro into Madison County, into the rest of St. Clair County. So, basically be ready for a tornado warning for everywhere in the Illinois side of the St. Louis metro. I would recommend being in your safe spots already. That'll come through pretty soon here. Yeah, from what I can tell, no tornadoes on the ground right now, but the storm has a history of producing tornadoes. And there are numerous spots along this line, like right here near Maplewood, that can very quickly spin up a tornado in between the couple of minutes that we have to look at data from our radar site. So this is moving, this is moving east at about 25, 30 miles an hour. Let's go down to the Louisiana tornado warning. We need to cover this just in case. So this is wrapped up pretty quickly here. You can see a very small hook coming off the storm as it heads towards Ringgold, which just got in on some golf ball size hail, actually. So that happened because the storm definitely is propelling hail forward out of the hail core and into areas where it's not even raining. So near Ringgold, Louisiana. We do have a tornado warning down here. It doesn't look too powerful, but the storm is definitely rotating. And if you look at it, this is the reason why the storm is a rogue tornado threat. It's because it's latched onto this boundary right here. So right there is a boundary. I can even draw it in yellow for you so you can see it. It's latched onto this, and all the air is kind of just flowing around and into the base of the storm here. So that's why we had a tornado warning with this. I think it's been allowed to expire now, though. Or maybe it's just not showing up. Oh, wait, no, it's just not issued yet. There we go. There we go. All right, now we have Nick Gorman giving us a view, or at least attempting to. The moment he stops whipping it around there, I'll pan over to it so you guys can see it. He's trying to adjust the camera so it points into the storm, and then we'll look at the St. Louis storm on the ground. He's having difficulties right now. All right, so that's a look at the possible tornado ongoing near Ringgold. Please be in your safe spots down here in Beanville or Bineville Parish. All right, so there we go. One brief look down there while we cover the metro area tornado warning. New data coming in now as of a minute ago. Again, I don't see any part of this that is currently wrapping up a tornado, but once again, very strong storm through and through, moving through St. Louis. Very strong storm all the way through, wind-driven hail possible, all in this line. So you see these tans here, the pink and the tan area, this 50 to 75 mile an hour winds. Every single spot of St. Louis is going to get in on this. So please be in your safe spots no matter what as the storm moves through into the Illinois part of the Illinois side of the metro. Moving through in just a bit, but you're going to want to be inside for this no matter where you are in St. Louis. All right, now let's take a look at Nick Gorman's feed here. If I bring that up, there we go. So this is Nick Gorman's feed. Looking at the storm moving into St. Louis right now, he is near Wilbur Park.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's the tornado warning expanded into Madison County, Illinois, so all of the St. Louis metro is in a tornado warning. So please be taking shelter, as I mentioned. Take your phone with you or your tablet, whatever you're watching on. Make sure you take your shoes and also a pillow with you. It's the best practice. Best practice for anyone all along there. We're looking at the storm coming in right along Interstate 55 here. If you need some ground truth, Beanville, thank you. If you need some ground truth here for what it looks like, I'm sure a lot of you all are seeing that. You can see plenty of lightning. You can see a shelf cloud right here. So that leading edge of it, that looks kind of like a overhanging drape there. That's our shelf cloud. This supercell has properly become a part of the line of storms, and now all of it has that shelf protruding from it. So where Nick Gorman is, he does have a little bit of rotation headed towards him, the vantage point of this camera. But there are little spots that are rotating all along this line, north and south. So everywhere in St. Louis Metro should be in their tornado safe spots. I've been talking about this storm for like an hour now, so if that doesn't that can help you. We have had eyes on this for an hour, so I've been giving people advance heads up. If you're just joining now, then that's where you should hopefully that helps instill some confidence. So Nick's looking once again. He's near Bella Vista. Or Bella Villa, rather. Bella Villa. I don't know how you pronounce that in Missouri. Right along Interstate 55, south of downtown. And he's looking at this part of the storm coming in. We could see some rotation developing near McKinsey as well. So this is going to be rapid fire. Rapid fire. We have a tornado warning for basically everyone in the path of these storms. It's just going to be, if a tornado does happen, it's going to be quick spin-ups. Quick spin-ups that happen, and hopefully they stay weak. But that's the reason why we want to be in shelter here in St. Louis throughout the metro. There we go. The shelf is now approaching Nick overhead. I believe he'll probably take off once it gets to him, but you can see into the storm there. We're looking into the belly. Looking right in the belly. There's so many people out driving in a tornado warning. Like, oh my goodness. Belleville, thank you. Pretty decent amount of lightning there. No, it's not Belleville, it's Bella Villa. It's this it's due south of downtown, so it's a suburb. Due south of downtown. Here we go. We're looking at Interstate 55 right now. The shelf cloud's now overhead of Nick, so it's moving really quickly here. Possible spin-up tornadoes anywhere in the St. Louis metro, including the Illinois side. Happy to help. Hopefully, people are listening in their basements or their interior-most rooms of their houses, their tornado safe spots in these region, in these in this metro area. What causes that shelf cloud? That happens when all the air out in front of the storm is rapidly rising into it, and you get this curtain effect when it's the air is coming into it diagonally, so it's being forced up and over the storm from the surface, and it forms that weird looking shelf cloud that hangs down like that. This is St. Louis, south of downtown. Now Nick Gorman's going back on the road. He's about to get in on the really heavy wind and heavy rainfall here. I think the hail has mostly been delegated to the northwest metro. So now let's take a look at that. Updated look at the storm. Most concerning region, right here, is headed towards downtown proper. This is our rotation that could ramp up quickly in a matter of seconds, drop a weak spin-up tornado as it approaches downtown towards East St. Louis, Washington Park, and Fairmont City. So that's the most concerning part of the storm at the moment, from what I can see. But the rest of this is just going to be nasty for a while. Everywhere back in the St. Louis metro here from the west is all going to get in on this part of the storm, which is a bunch of wind and hail. And it's pretty powerful. Like, it doesn't matter if there's a spin-up tornado. If you're in a tornado warning, the rest of the storm is also really powerful. Yeah, okay. So Nick is traveling. I think he's going to try to go. He's going east. Is there a bridge right there? You might be able to cross the bridge. But yeah, right here, again, this could be a weak spin-up tornado. Again, the first and foremost area of rotation that's most concerning. That will pass probably just on the south side of downtown. Near Cahokia and Sauget and Alorton. So the strongest part of the storm that's hailing in St. Louis is up to the north of Clayton, up around Clayton and north of Clayton to Ferguson. This is all the wind and hail is back in this region. Maryland Heights and so forth is getting in on the strongest part over there. That is not a tornado. The tornadoes that might happen here are on the leading edge of the line, right in this area. Okay. As for this southern tornado warning into Monroe County in Illinois and towards St. Clair County, the southern part of it here, this is also like the most powerful part of the line down here. These are the two storms we're really concerned with. So everywhere like south of St. Genevieve is that's like the far less concerning part of the line. It looks like nothing severe is really taking place down in southeastern Missouri at the moment. No severe thunderstorm warnings down there, so we're focusing on the populated regions up here. Sauge, thank you. That's where we could see a spin-up tornado. But again, even though there may be a spin-up tornado here, honestly, I'm really concerned more about everybody who's out in the wind-driven hail in all parts of the metro, especially the northwestern part of the metro right now. You can see all these pop-ups right here. These are all hail reports, and we even have wind reports in the same areas. And everywhere in the tan here, in the pinks, this is 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds all along the St. Louis metro that's moving in. Just above the surface, so a lot of that's going to reach the surface. So all this is going to provide a severe hazard for all parts of the metro. Yep, please be taking shelter everywhere in the St. Louis metro on the Illinois side as well. Towards Collinsville, towards Glen Carbon, all of these areas are in a tornado warning, even as far south as Lindsborg, Marissa, Smithton, and St. Clair County in Illinois now. All right, so there we go. I don't see anything in particular telling me there's any strong tornado on the ground. We could just have some brief spin-up tornadoes here. Hopefully, if it does do any damage, it would be highly localized. This is more so just a storm you just don't want to be outside for in any way, in any shape or form. Just don't want to be outside for this. It's a very good way to practice being in your tornado safe spots. Doing so in a in an organized manner and not a panicked one. This is a great way to practice just being like, oh man, yeah, interior most room of my house, nice hallway, a nice bathroom, a nice closet in the interior most room, or in the interior of your house, and then just having everything you need, which is really simple: just shoes, a pillow, and your device to pay attention to a stream like this, or anyone relaying information. That's the best thing you can do. Very easy checklist to do while you account for everyone and your pets. Everyone's accounted for, and you do that, you are good to go. Almost certainly. That is the safest place you can be. Or basement if you got it. All right, so let's go back through all parts of the storm just in case. Again, this supercell approaching the south part of Ringgold in Louisiana. It's dropping some significant hail. It does have a tornado warning in Bienville Parish. So out ahead in Bienville proper and Lucky. Castor, please be in your safe spots here. This more than likely has a funnel cloud associated with it. You can see some pretty tight rotation here around the southern part of Ringgold. I'm not seeing anything that really tells me that a tornado would be on the ground, but this could be, a minute or so away from producing a tornado if it isn't doing so. So it's a great idea to be taking shelter down here. Actually, you know what? It probably already is producing a tornado. So if I center the screen right here, you can see in these oranges and yellows right to the southwest of Ringgold, the same area right here on the right side of your screen is where blues are present. That's a debris signature. More than likely, that's a debris signature from a weak tornado ongoing. So yeah, definitely be taking shelter down here. I bet this has probably tossed up some trees down here if it's a heavily forested area. And we might be seeing the results of that on the radar site. So I bet you down here that there is a tornado ongoing. So please be taking shelter in Bienville Parish. Just needs a closer look sometimes. So yeah, there could also be some large hail in here, but past a certain point, it's too tough to tell. And I think the signature is deep enough that it would be more tornadic than hail. Deep enough and consistent enough. So if this is upgraded, I wouldn't be surprised, but probably some maybe some leaves and branches being tossed up that gives us a signature like that. Wouldn't be surprised at a tornado down here south of Ringgold, Louisiana. Quick look at Arkansas for all of our friends in Little Rock about to get in on the storm. Again, we're really looking mostly at wind and hail here. I don't see any particular part of the storm entering Little Rock or anywhere along Interstate 30 here and up Highway 87. I don't see any part of this, or 67, sorry, Highway 67 to 64. I don't see any part of this that looks concerningly tornadic for anyone in Little Rock or Arkansas. Wind and hail, and very heavy rain and a lot of lightning right now in Little Rock. We've been talking about y'all. Okay, back to St. Louis as this approaches the Illinois side. A bunch of people are getting in on hail now. Let me see if I can refresh Nick's feed. But he's in the middle of that storm. Everybody's trying to get information about the storm, which is going to clog up the data, the cell towers. So streaming when that happens is very difficult. So understandable if that does go out. And also any sort of power loss might make it more difficult. All right, we got Nick's feed back up. He is about to enter downtown St. Louis. So this tornado warning on the Illinois side is confirmed now.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
This is for the Waterloo into St. Clair County. The storm down here. This is a confirmed tornado from radar. All right, let's see if we can spot that. So they've confirmed this tornado down here. It's probably for this area right in here along State Road 3 south of Waterloo. All right, pretty sneaky signature showing up right in here. It's tough to tell that this is on the ground doing damage, but you can see these greens and yellows here is a weak tornado on the ground. And if we co-locate that with velocity, it's just in this like straight line right here of where our wind data is. So it's tough to tell that anywhere along this line can be a spin-up tornado in progress. So that's going to head towards Hecker, New Athens. Yeah, you can see it much stronger now. So if this is continuing, this is about to impact Hecker, Illinois, go towards Fayetteville, Illinois, and New Athens. Right along this line here, I'll draw it in blue. So anywhere along this line, and this tornado warning is now confirmed. We do have that debris signature on the ground just south and west of Hecker there in Illinois. Please be taking shelter if you aren't already over here into St. Liberty. This is well south and east of St. Louis, in the eastern part of Monroe County, and the southeastern to eastern part of St. Clair, central St. Clair County. Further south of that, it's all severe thunderstorm warning. This orientation of the line down here is non-tornadic for the most part. When it looks like this, with our winds today, we're not going to see tornadoes. When it looks like this, up and down, this is where we're going to see tornadoes. So down here, Farmington, into southeastern Missouri right now, you guys are looking okay. Just going to be some heavy rain and so forth moving through. So confirmed tornado on the ground down here near Hecker, doing some damage. Take another look at that. Again, you can see the debris signature circle in blue right here. There's our tornado on the ground. Probably still on the ground, and it's very tough to tell, but you can see the hook actually just like this. If you follow the oranges, you can see where the hook is reaching out and spinning up a tornado right in this area. Just have to look at that really subtle hint there on the radar. That's how you can tell. So that's a really tough one to catch. Of course, the National Weather Service just has all eyes on all parts of the storm. And that's why they're able to catch something like this, despite the velocity data, not showing previously not showing a very, super concerning area of rotation. Just one that's pretty close together. But any area along here can produce that spin-up tornado just like that. As we pass into the Illinois side of the St. Louis metro. And everyone back in the Missouri side is still getting on some really heavy rain, heavy wind, and also a bunch of hail showing up. Now on the southwest, just to the southwest of downtown is where a lot of that hail is showing up in the pinks here. And the dark reds. So that's going to, again, go towards Sauget, Cahokia, Alorton, and pass over Interstate 255 here. Towards Caseyville. The leading edge is where our tornado threat exists. And back in here, we have wind-driven hail possible and a lot of nasty, heavy rain. Okay, thankfully, the National Weather Service is agreeing with me, and they're going to upgrade this warning down here to a confirmed tornado warning near Ringgold. If that hasn't come through yet, that's going to come through. It does look like the rotation has sort of fallen apart here, thankfully. Hopefully that does come through. But yeah, down here we saw previously what was definitely a debris signature in the middle of this supercell right here. This was 12 minutes ago. And I think this tornado is dissipated, but now this is a confirmed warning down here. I don't know why it didn't come through. It was just issued. So if that doesn't come through, just know that this in Beanville Parish has been upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning. That was what we were looking at. We were able to confirm it ourselves here on, mostly confirm it via radar products. So definitely makes sense. The hope is that it is since dissipated or it's not currently on the ground any longer. But once again, the rest of Beanville Parish, it's a great idea to be in your safe spots down here. Towards Beanville, Lucky, Liberty Hill, all along the path of this supercell. There we go. The reason that this is a rogue tornado producer and nothing in Arkansas is really tornadic or even into East Texas and Southeast Texas at the moment. The reason for that is because it's latched onto a boundary. So we can see this boundary right here just wrapping right up into it. Air is efficiently flowing all along the boundary and right into uh, the base of the storm here. So that's why we were actually able to observe a brief tornado down here near Ringgold in Louisiana. It's very unlikely that any other storm will do the same thing in Arkansas or Louisiana, but down the line we may get some more spin-up tornadoes as this congeals together and eventually impacts Baton Rouge and New Orleans into the night. So there you go. That's a look at all of our friends again in Arkansas. Take a close look just in case anything up here seems, particularly damaging as it approaches Little Rock, and also all along Highway 67 to the north and east. Yeah, it's really just going to be quite a bit of strong winds, heavy rain, and hail. You guys are used to this in Arkansas. The tornadoes that come through, much rarer, but when they do happen, we'll be one of the first to tell you if we're on for the event. And right now, it looks like it's just going to be really gusty over here. Not seeing anything particularly alarming here for Little Rock in Arkansas. So let's go back to St. Louis again. Most concerning area of the line for spin-up tornado is now in around Signal Hill, French Village. This is the part that was just near Cahokia and Sauget. Now it's further east along Interstate 64 here. So we do see a spin-up tornado down there. It'll be in that area. The tornado that was just around Hecker, Illinois, does look like it's not tightly wrapped up anymore. We can see there is no more concentrated debris signature in and around the Hecker, Illinois area, so hopefully that's dissipated. It doesn't put down another tornado there. But this was a confirmed tornado, and is a confirmed tornado warning, so any part of this line is pretty dangerous. We could see any part of it spin up as well. So please be in your safe spots in St. Clair County in Illinois. In addition to that, Madison County also gonna get in on all of this nastiness here. That's almost done with the Missouri side of St. Louis, but still has a little bit to go, especially Ferguson, Fort Bellefontaine, Shoveltown. The north part of the St. Louis metro here is getting in on all the wind and hail at the moment. It looks like some of that hail is going to go through downtown St. Louis as well. If there is any sort of hail falling here, it's going to impact a lot of downtown St. Louis proper and Sauget. So again, you guys were just in that leading edge of the possible tornadic part of the storm, and then now you're going to get in on the wind and hail. That isn't going to be a tornado, but rather it's the back end of the storm. So if there is a new tornado anywhere along this line, I would be most concerned up here near Fairview Heights in Illinois, the east side of the border now, and toward Freeburg and Fayetteville, right in this area where we could see a spin-up tornado establish itself right in here. Those are the areas I'm looking at first and foremost right now. The rest of the line is more than likely going to be a bunch of heavy rain and wind and a little bit of hail. So that's what you're looking at there. Same is true up north into Cass County in Illinois and Menard. Up here, we got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This is primarily for damaging wind. Primarily for damaging wind up there. So even the northern parts of this line are still a little bit strong as we go into the evening hours. This is expected to hopefully diminish over time. Over the next few hours, we want this to diminish in threat. It is not expected to persist through the night. Looks like most all of southeastern Missouri here is fine. These storms have not really anywhere for southeastern Missouri. Really looks fine down here. Like the strongest parts of the line are definitely just all around St. Louis, and also a little bit of some strong storms up near to the west of Lincoln in Illinois. So I'm gonna take a closer look. I'm gonna bring a radar up to Lincoln actually. so that we can look at that in depth, just in case there's spin up tornadoes up here. Nope, no tornadoes in Little Rock right now. Just lots of heavy wind and hail, possibly hail. I think it's really going to be downpour and heavy wind down there. I just took a look at it. We'll take another look though. We cycle through all radar sites here. So the reason this severe thunderstorm warning is in place in Cass County, Illinois, as that update comes through, is right here in this darker blue. I can draw that in black. There we go. This is an area of 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. 70 to 80 mile an hour winds, very highly localized, but this is the strongest part of the storm that's moving generally in the direction of Lincoln, Illinois, probably a little bit to the north of it. But here's our segment of the storm that's being driven out in front faster than the rest of it. So that's what's going on up there. Let's quickly look at our Louisiana storm just to see. It's probably, yeah, this is going to be an interesting one because we have this cell back here interacting with it. So you can watch how that's kind of just being sucked into the supercell. And when that's done, when this interaction is finished, we could definitely see another tornado take place, or while it's wrapping up here. Any sort of cell merger like this can also influence a tornado. Well, this remains something to be closely watching. I wouldn't be surprised if another tornado warning was issued further east into Beanville Parish. So we'll be watching that just in case. The rest of these storms are much less tornadic, I think. They're much more disorganized as we even go into Beaumont in Texas. Everything down here is a lot more on the garden variety severe thunderstorm warnings, with possibly pretty large hail. There was a baseball-sized hail report here north of Beaumont, so it's still going to be a nasty storm. Plenty of large hail falling down there into East Texas, Southeast Texas, right on the Louisiana border. But right now, it doesn't seem tornadic. Quick look at Arkansas, just to console some people. At the moment, no tornado threat that I'm seeing here. It's just a lot of heavy rain moving through the metro area of Little Rock and all along Interstate 30 here. So that's what's going on down here in Arkansas, all right? Definitely want to be, not outside in it. You get soaked. You'll get soaked. All right, so back into the St. Louis metro. Spin up tornadoes. Let me highlight all of the places possible for them now. We definitely could have had one up here near Brighton, and that is on the Illinois side of the border. Draw that in blue. So we could have had a brief one up here near Brighton. We could have had a brief one near Edwardsville to the north of Glen Carbon. Brief one to the north of Belleville. That's where our rotation was coming together the tightest. And also the last area of concern is down near New Athens and Smithton and St. Clair counties. So all the tornado threat is into Illinois now, is passed out of Missouri. I think through and through. I think we probably won't see another tornado warning in anywhere of Missouri for the rest of the day. That's the hope. Looks like our tornado threat is now on the Illinois side of things here. So any remnant, heavy wind and hail in, right along the border here in Missouri is going to pass out of the state pretty soon here. And then we'll watch it move into the eastern metro. All right, active period there. There is a point where I was really concerned about a significant tornado going through parts of St. Louis. There was one radar scan there where I was like, "Oh my gosh, don't let that happen, please." And thankfully, it has not. There may be some really brief tornado damage, lower end tornado damage observed near Valley Park a little bit ago. But the case in this point, I think at this point, the case is that we've avoided a worst case scenario for a lot of St. Louis as you guys go through the remnants of this gusty winds moving through. Thankfully. I don't know if I was ready to cover that. So yeah, if you're in Madison County, if you're in Illinois right now, in St. Clair and Madison counties, then you should be taking shelter right now. Still a strong storm moving through anywhere in Glen Carbon and so forth. Your power's flickering. You already know you probably want to be inside for that. So your tornado safe spot is the interior-most room of your house or basement. And your safe spot is supplied with a pillow just to cover your head with in case, and your shoes, just in case you got to walk on anything, and all of the members of your family, including your pets. Good practice, even if there is, even if there is hopefully no tornado ongoing, but there are several spots that could be producing brief spin-ups here. All these storms are strong. We shouldn't be discounting that as we get as we go through the evening and we see any
A new
strong
tornado
line of
warning
storms
has
there.
been issued.
That can take out the power pretty easily, and that's one way to let you know that, hey, this is a strong storm that you don't want to be messing around with. Good idea to just be prepared for something like that. If you're observing power going out in these areas, it tells you that, wow, I did the right preparatory work, the right precautionary stuff to check out my tornado safe spot and staying safe during storms like this. So anywhere along the back end of this, you can see all this yellow area, large yellow area of rain. This is where our rear inflow jet is pushing this part of the storm forward. So gusty winds are still going to be possible through all of St. Louis for a while now, as they push the storm forward from behind. So the storms are literally creating a response in front of them and spinning up tornadoes in front of them and behind them, where the winds are pushing it forward the fastest.
A new tornado warning.
So that's what we're
has been
seeing
issued.
all in these areas here. If it's still gusty outside in St. Louis, St. Charles, anywhere along this area, along the metro, then that is the reason why. It's literally the winds that are feeding this thing forward behind the cold front. I believe this might be behind the cold front, or it's just out ahead of it. So there's our blanket tornado warnings. We might see quite a few of these. Now for Washington and Clinton counties in Illinois, you can see that pink polygon extending out in front here, including Addyville, Nashville, Ashley, Carlisle, all these places in western Illinois here to the east of St. Louis along Interstate 64 and Highway 50. These blanket tornado warnings are going to be in place for a lot of people over here, because we're going to get the possibility of spin-up tornadoes for a couple hours along this line of storms as it moves mostly to the east. So when you see a warning like this, that's mostly just for the counties. This is issued as a blanket statement that, hey, there are tornadoes anywhere along this that could spin up in 30 seconds and be done in 30 seconds. And that warrants you being in your safe spot if you do happen to be, the localized impacts. You happen to feel them. So we could see the same possible up here for Bond County, for Greenville, Illinois, and Montgomery County. The reason they do this, the reason the National Weather Service does this and includes everybody in this tornado warning, is because if we get a spin up here and a spin up here and a spin up here and then run right next to it, like, you don't want to have 4 different tornado warnings going for some of the same counties. It's going to confuse people who get that on their phone. They're like, is it done? Is it not done? Is there another one? Like, it's all a part of the same storm system as it passes through. So we get blanket tornado warnings like this when that happens, because it's easier to have one message that says, just be taking shelter anywhere along this area. So that's why we see that. Yep, very quick spin-up tornadoes. That's going to be the theme for the rest of the night for sure. That will be the theme. So we're looking just east of St. Louis right now. Hopefully that's not too hard to see. There's the state of Illinois. Everything now looks pretty disorganized. A little bit ago, we were seeing several areas of organized rotation along this line of storms, but right now, I don't see a particular area that is, incredibly immediately concerning in terms of a spin-up tornado that we're trying to track as closely as possible. So as of a few minutes ago, it looks okay for now, but I expect that more tornado warnings might be issued to cover some of these counties out in front. We'll see if that does come through. Wow. Okay, man. Lots of areas here in St. Louis, man. We just went through, and we're still going through quite a bit of stuff here. There's a new one for Bond
A new
County.
tornado warning has been issued.
That's coming out just in front, so we'll probably hear that come through. Let's see here. So there we had a new radar indicated warning for
A new
further
tornado
east
warning has
into
been issued.
Beanville Parish in Louisiana. So that's east of Ringgold now, including Lucky and Beanville. I'll show that in just a second. We talked about that warning being extended, so there you go. Now further east into Beanville, in Beanville Parish. I don't think I said county there, did I? Yeah, thankfully right now we have all these warnings encompassing. There you go, your blanket county or your blanket warning out in front for Bond County, the rest of Madison County in Illinois here, and even parts of Montgomery County as this line of storms approaches you. This is the point at which we are not going to be able to tell when a spin up happens for 30 seconds along a specific street, but we'll be able to confirm something like that in the National Weather Service's damage surveys after the fact. So, oh yeah, Clinton County too, if I didn't call that, there in Illinois. So after the fact, the National Weather Service will be able to confirm any spin-up tornadoes that did occur in along this line, but right now they may occur in between literally the radar data that we have. So that's why we see all of these warnings being issued out ahead of this mess. Nick Gorman is over here in, he's now north and east of Glen Carbon and Edwardsville. He's going to follow the northern part of this line through for a while now, so you're seeing it off the driver's side window there. It looks pretty scary. But we saw that shelf cloud coming through St. Louis, so that's probably going to look much the same for most of these areas out here to the east of St. Louis. So lots of damaging wind reports coming through near Belleville in Illinois. Parts of the storm are going to have those strong gusts coming on the surface that are driving this thing forward. So near Fayetteville in Illinois, probably a pretty strong gust going through there. You can see where it's just kind of pushing forward. So this area near Belleville, down here near Marissa and St. Library.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
And also maybe up here towards Edwardsville and Glen Carbon, we see a lot of areas of these tans. Here on the right side, this is your wind data that you're looking at from the radar. Everywhere in the tans and the light browns here, 60, 65 mile an hour winds. Not necessarily at the surface, but can easily translate down to the surface. So play this loop through so you can take a look at how it transpired for St. Louis. So you can see the direction the storms are moving through St. Louis, which is right over here. This is downtown. You can see that anywhere behind the storms as they are right now in these areas are now in the clear from the strongest part of the storm. So everywhere in the Missouri side of St. Louis is now past the worst of the storms as it heads into Illinois. At the moment, we have no confirmed tornado warnings. So these are all now radar indicated. No indication that a tornado is ongoing from any data that we have access to. So no ongoing tornadoes, but ongoing warnings that mean that at any point, in any 30-second period, we could get a tornado along these counties in Illinois. So Washington, Clinton, Bond, Montgomery, eastern Madison County in Illinois, and southern Macoupin. This should be the peak of this event. I think that this is the peak of this event. I think that from this point on, I hope that it sort of drops off a little bit At least once it gets to eastern Illinois, this should be a lot weaker. Every single model is showing this dropping off really rapidly into the early night hours. So hopefully that's the case, but be weather aware through south central Illinois for a while now. The hope is that that's the case and that this is like the strongest part of the night at the moment. Thankfully, I'm here to cover it. All right, so let's go back through our warnings. If we go down to Shreveport radar, down here, here's our Beanville Parish storm here. This was a destructive severe thunderstorm for baseball-size hail. So we had a baseball-size hail report right around Ringgold and Jamestown here in Beanville Parish. So again, we have that warning extended to the east for Lucky, toward Danville, Liberty Hill. We've had this supercell actually merge together. If we go back a little bit, you can see this cell down here got sucked up into our main tornado-producing supercell. We had a brief tornado south and west of Ringgold in Louisiana, and then you can watch it get sucked up into the storm just like that. And as they combined, we could see another tornado produced. We could see really heavy or really large hail produced as well with the combination of these storms. So that's what we're watching right now. This is northwest Louisiana, east of Shreveport, approaching the Jonesboro, Louisiana area in Jackson Parish. So advance, y'all watch out. North of Winfield, quite some ways, but right around Jonesboro, Louisiana, and Quitman and Chatham, I would be watching here in Jackson Parish. So let anybody know they got that storm moving through them if they're in this area of Louisiana. It's a good idea to be watching out. Every single other storm down here into southeast Texas is just mostly a wind and hail bag. You're going to get an assorted variety of wind and hail down there and heavy rain. This storm is roguely tornadic up here because it's latched perfectly onto a boundary. All the air is just feeding into the storm very efficiently. So it is an isolated tornado producer at the moment. And the rest of these storms over here are not tornadic. Not tornadic. This includes areas around Little Rock as well. Now that we have this line almost through here as it approaches Pine Bluff next and moves out of the Little Rock metro. Now we have a pretty strong part of the line down here. Any part of this, let me turn off these base files again. Darn it, dude. There we go. Any part of the line down here also could become tornadic. However, the orientation of it, you can see it's like mostly facing southeast like this. This is going to prevent a lot of tornado genesis in these regions, which is to say, the formation of a tornado, any sort of spin-up tornado. Where I would be most concerned is where instead of south and east like this, the line starts to straighten itself out north and south. Those are the areas that could become tornadic, and we'll be paying close attention here as this goes into eastern Arkansas. So probably the most concerning areas I would think are near Clarendon, Arkansas, Brinkley, and right in there along Interstate 40 is where I'm probably going to watch the closest for this part of the storm in Arkansas. Up here in Jonesboro, this is a damaging wind threat. We have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning because this is the bowing out part of the line. You can see it pushing out in front. Plenty of wind damage reports here, 66-mile-an-hour winds. The Newport Regional Airport in around Jonesboro, Arkansas. So damaging winds about to move through Jonesboro, Arkansas. As this is the part of the storm that's being pushed forward the fastest. So let them know in Jonesboro, it's not a tornado up there. It's just some damaging winds about to move through. Lots of straight line, gusty winds. That's what's going to happen up here, or up there. All right, so yeah, again, in Arkansas, I'm going to be watching this area closely along Interstate 40 as it goes off to the east. I think by the time it's near Memphis, it should peter out quite a bit. We should get a mode that favors development down here to the south and into Louisiana towards the Gulf Coast. That might be the expected development of this storm, but with recent model data, we can take a look if that trend has changed. So I'll check on that maybe a little while when our now casting coverage hopefully begins to ramp down a little bit here. So again, back into Illinois here near St. Louis. You can see this part of the storm is taking on that bow shape right here, being driven forward. Blanket tornado warnings in place again for a lot of those counties we've been talking about: Washington County, Clinton County, Bond County, southern Macoupin, southern Montgomery, and now eastern Madison counties in Illinois, for areas basically east of the St. Louis metro proper now. So you're looking out east along Interstate 64 here and Interstate 70. So next up is Greenville and Effingham and Vandalia and Centralia here, Mount Vernon. Those are the areas, basically Benton, Mount Vernon-ish, and north is where our tornado threat's going to be, I guess, the highest over the next hour or so as this moves through south central Illinois. Anywhere south of that, I'm not focused on the tornado threat down here along this arrow. And north of that, we'll take a closer peek to see if there's any remnant stronger parts of the storm into central Illinois. So yeah, again, it's a great idea to be in your safe spots anywhere in these pink polygons in those Illinois counties I called out. Storm is exiting Glen Carbon and Edwardsville and the rest of the St. Louis metro now. Just a ton of damaging wind reports and hail all along this area. But I think it's almost over for St. Louis. You're just going to have those gusty winds pushing the storm forward back from behind there. All right, so we have Nick Gorman up here in Harper, Illinois. I've got his feed up for quite some time here. We can take a look at that. This is just a look at the damaging winds and plenty of lightning and heavy rain moving in. So you're going to see the ground truth of what I keep talking about here from Nick Gorman's feed right here. That's what it looks like. And that's why you just want to be inside anyways. So yeah, everybody in Missouri is almost completely good. It's a little bit of a hail core moving through Poplar Bluff, but it's sub-severe. No severe thunderstorm warnings down here for anyone left in Missouri now. We could see some move over just near the Boot Hill, or the Boot Heel, rather. In and around Sykeston, but for the most part, it seems like everybody else in Missouri is almost done with this event. So everybody in Missouri is almost done. The southeast part of the state just has some heavy rain, sub-severe storms moving in, so that's less than severe. So that's good news for Missouri. I appreciate the support, guys. We still have a lot of tornado warnings, so I'm not going to look out ahead yet. Not going to look out ahead yet. We got to do now casting coverage. But your blanket statement is that once it reaches Indiana, Western Kentucky, into also Western Tennessee, the blanket statement is 2 hours from now, it's going to fall apart. 2-3 hours now, I hope it just is completely falling apart. That's the expectation. The expectation is that it falls apart into the night hours. So right now, the most important part of the coverage of the stream is the now casting, the current tornado warnings and so forth. Edwardsville, you're past it. You're past the tornado threat now. You're in the damaging winds. If you're in Jonesboro, Arkansas, you guys are getting in on the damaging winds right now. The strongest part of the storm, wind-wise, is moving through your area. And then the look that we're looking at right now is in Harper, Illinois, which is just to the northeast of Edwardsville in Madison County. So this is what it looks like for almost everyone in these tornado warnings in Illinois right now. It's what it looks like. Storm chaser perspective right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
As I say that, Perry County gets a tornado warning here in Missouri. Right on. That's an interesting warning. We can look at it from Paducah. I'm going to take a close look at that, but I'm keeping the chaser feed up just for now. So right about, oh man, this is just, there's just no good data down here. This is a preventative warning for Perryville. So some rotating part of the storm is also moving through Perryville. That's a tough warning to issue, but be taking shelter down there. So it's about to exit all of Missouri, I should say. I hope it falls apart too, yeah. But we're far away from any radar site down here in Perryville. So that's what that warning is for now. Definitely a preventative tornado warning over there. Oh yeah, Hamill, not Harper, sorry. I don't know why I read that as Harper. Yeah, Hamill in Illinois. Oh, very good. Yeah, happy to help. Thank you all for the support as well. We went through that rough part for St. Louis for a while there. Yeah, this is just what it's gonna look like all along from all the way from Perryville, Missouri, all the way up north through the northeastern part of St. Louis. Now, this is what it looks like. Okay. Ooh, I catch a little bit of a breather there. Yep, Perry County, Missouri is in a tornado warning. They've got a preventative warning down there just for a pretty gnarly storm that's going to be moving through. We're far away from radar down there, so we can't really see it that well. Now, if you're wondering about the thumbnail today, do I really have to dispel that? Goodness gracious. The thumbnail earlier today is this is the thumbnail today. So yeah, this risk does extend into southeast Texas, and we actually see storms right there for wind and hail. So that's why, if you're wondering about that, that's what that's for. All right, so there we go. Yep, it's gonna look like a bunch of this for quite some time. And I mean, you just don't want to be outside in this, and any part of the storm could begin to rotate along the leading edge of what you're looking at here. So it's just a good idea to be inside right now. Just a good idea to be inside. Glad that it's settling down in Edwardsville. That's going to be the case on the back end of these storms. But you'll just have some remnant rainfall for a while there. So again, these tornado warnings include Washington County. It's now moving through central Washington County, Clinton County, Bond County, eastern Madison County, and southeastern Macoupin County towards Montgomery County, all in Illinois. All in Illinois. If you're watching now, make sure you're keeping up with, and also Perry County in Missouri as well. Preventative warning down there. Strong part of the storm as well. So if you're watching now, make sure you're keeping up in HD. Make sure you're not watching blurry coverage here. You can change the quality of the video in the bottom right part of it. Click on the cog. Make sure it's in HD and the video quality. And also be keeping up with the date and time in the bottom right corner of the stream. Make sure you're on the same minute of the hour. This is in Central Time, so it's 7:32 p.m. So if any sirens sound all along this area here, if you're hearing sirens in Greenville, it's because the line's approaching you. There are blanket tornado warnings in place, just in case we get some rapid spin-ups. So be taking shelter in those areas. St. Clair County is done. St. Clair County is done in Illinois. Storms are past, Lots of flash flood warnings also issued for parts of St. Louis. This is live right now. This is live right now in Hamel, Illinois, north and east of Edwardsville. So we're east of the St. Louis Metro. I'm in Minneapolis. Yeah, that includes Centralia. That includes all these locations I keep talking about over here. Ryan doesn't stream the Ryan streams the higher end risk days first and foremost. So this was only a slight tornado risk today, which is why I'm on and we didn't organize a larger or a larger scale stream like that. So just to let you know, again, when we have all these tornado warnings, this is the upper end of a lower end threat day. So it's literally like this is probably the most tornado warnings that we could expect on a lower end day like this. But that's why I'm here. All right, I'm not seeing much. I just can't see much of anything near Perryville. So yeah, it's gonna look like this for a while. In and around anywhere in these tornado warnings in western Illinois, moving into central Illinois, it'll look like this. You want to be inside. Does that cover it? Cool. Let's start looking at the radar again. So we've also got some stronger storms up north here near Peoria and Pekin. These are severe thunderstorms. Most of these are not rotating. There are just a bunch of damaging winds in this part of the line up here. I don't see any rotation up here. So these severe thunderstorm warnings are in place for wind. So anywhere in Peoria, it's damaging wind and heavy rain headed your way. No, I wouldn't call this a tornado outbreak. Snow totals for Wisconsin. Yeah, the upper Midwest is going to start getting in on some snow over the next couple of days. All right. So that's what's happened up north into central Illinois. So everyone from Lincoln to Bloomington to Peoria, this trio of cities up here. That's what we're looking at up there. Indiana is fine. Yep. Indiana will be fine. Expecting the storms to drop off really quickly within a couple hours from now. Start to peter out. That's the hope. That's what all model data has been showing us. That's why the risk area does not extend into Illinois, or I'm sorry, into Indiana. Does not extend into Indiana. Does not extend into further east than western Tennessee. It's expected to just fall apart. That is the hope. What it does do is extend all the way to the coast of near New Orleans and Gulfport, though. We will see that. We will see that ongoing. These storms are eventually going to progress their way south and east towards Baton Rouge and New Orleans into the morning hours. I probably won't be here to cover that, as it's going to take them a long time to get there. Maybe 1 to 3 a.m. or so for New Orleans tonight, and it's just going to be a bunch of damaging wind. Yeah, this area, of course, we're still watching storms in the Florida Panhandle as well. These haven't really done anything significant for a while. They are on the doorstep of Tallahassee, so it's just going to be gusty winds and heavy rain over there. The tornado threat is really falling apart here. Really falling apart here. So I think this storm down here in the Florida Panhandle might be just about ready to start falling apart here. Think we won't see too much news from this area for too much longer. All right, back into Arkansas. I'm going to pick up on the locations I'm watching closely here. Right along Interstate 40. You see these pockets of tan and light brown here. We could have up to 70 mile an hour, 80 mile an hour wind gusts possible around Carlisle. And right along Interstate 40 east of Little Rock. So even if we don't get a tornado happening here, we still got pretty powerful winds. But at any point, I could see this wrapping up pretty quickly here. So we'll be watching this area along Interstate 40. By the time it gets to Memphis, in an hour from now. I hope that it's lost steam, but we'll, of course, I'm watching it closely. So there you go. That's Arkansas, eastern Arkansas. Storms mostly move through Jonesboro now. It doesn't look too incredibly powerful up there, but it was definitely pretty gusty. It looked like the storm chaser feed. Looked like Nick Gorman's feed there. Probably gusty. The good news is this Beanville parish here in Louisiana. This storm has fallen apart. It looks like the merger didn't go too well for it. Now it's actually even splitting itself. The rotation's very weak as it approaches Danville and Jonesboro, Louisiana, here into Jackson Parish. So right now the storm's looking much weaker, much less tornadic. That's good news for all of y'all down here. And then we'll take one close look at the cells entering southwest Louisiana, near the Beaumont, Texas area. Right around Beaumont, I think we've had a nearly stationary storm going for quite some time over here, and as far even southwest as Columbus. So yeah, all of these storms probably will congeal together in some manner over the next couple hours, and then they will persist towards the Gulf Coast. That is expected. We still have plenty of moisture down here into, what do you guys call this part of Louisiana? The toe box of the boot? the toe box of Louisiana right here. I'm calling it that. So there's plenty of instability and moisture down here for storms to persist as they travel here into the nighttime hours. But everywhere north of that into Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, and so forth, there's not going to be that same instability, so the storms will fall apart. A bunch of wind and hail down here with all these severe thunderstorm warnings, including Beaumont. It's just going to be a bunch of heavy rain. Lots of lightning activity down there as well, I'm sure, with all these storms. So no tornadic threat down here at the moment into southeast Texas. So that's what's going on down here. All right, now let's take one more look at Arkansas data. Don't see anything in particular trying to wrap up, except maybe right here. This is a little strange interaction. A little bit of a strange interaction with the line and a storm being absorbed by it. Possible that we could see a brief tornado here. I think this is mostly rural areas to the north of Stuttgart, and south of Hazen here in Prairie County, Arkansas. So we may see something there as we watch a merge occur. But for the most part, this is just looking like a huge wind bag, as Reed Timmer calls it. All right, back into Missouri and Illinois. Go back up here. The Perryville warning, again, looks completely disorganized. I don't see anything particularly dangerous ongoing about this storm other than a bunch of heavy rain down here near Perryville in Missouri. So at the moment, I'm not super concerned down here, but it's a good idea to use this tornado warning as a means to practice your safe spot, your relocation into your tornado safe spot down here in Perry County. Now we do have a blanket severe thunderstorm warning as we go into the southeastern corner of Missouri as well, so east of Poplar Bluff. This is a blanket warning primarily for wind down here, so storms will now be a little bit more severe as they approach the Mississippi River.
New information: this tornado warning has been upgraded.
So let's look at all of our possible spin-up tornadoes in this area. That is for that warning is for Clinton and Washington County. So we have one confirmed tornado warning, and that's for all of this polygon right here, drawing in blue, drawing around it. So that includes areas east of Nashville. It's past Nashville, Illinois. So I would be concerned about Irvington, Richview, Centralia, and Huey, and Boulder and Carlisle here in Illinois. So this is south central Illinois now. So this warning was upgraded. If you think you can see anything here, you can't really. This warning would be upgraded probably based on emergency management, confirming possible spin up tornadoes along this line. So that's why this is upgraded. We can't see nothing over here from the radar. This is proper radar hole territory, just about here in south central Illinois. So we can't see anything. Emergency management is who is confirming this. So you guys were already in a tornado warning in Centralia. If you haven't been paying attention in and around this area, it's definitely a good idea to be in your safe spot now. Since this is a confirmed warning, down the line, I bet will be extended into Jefferson County and Marion County here in Illinois. We'll get that. We might get that blanket tornado warning coming through. That would include Mount Vernon and Salem and areas surrounding that in those counties. Yeah, I mean, beyond this, like we're too far away from a radar site to look at spin up tornadoes in depth, is what I would say, unless they are powerful. So that is why all of these counties kind of just have warnings that extend through them like this. These are warnings that just account for any possible brief spin up tornadoes. And past that point, we can't really see if there is a tornado ongoing in all of these areas, unfortunately. So just be paying attention to warnings as they come through these areas. It's going to be a powerful storm no matter what. But the good news is that the rest of Missouri doesn't have to worry at all. Almost the entire state of Missouri is out of any severe thunderstorms, except down here from Cape Girardeau to Sykeston. The warning for Perryville was allowed to expire, so there's no tornado warning there anymore, nor one that's passing into the Illinois side of the border here near Carbondale. You guys are fine. Just some heavy rain and wind headed your way. So basically, everybody else in Missouri is good to go. Yeah, Memphis is one county away from being in a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm watching that area closely. I think there could be a possibility for spin up tornadoes over the next hour along Interstate 40 down there. So I'm watching that closely. It's one of the things I'm cycling between. We go quickly up to our friends in Peoria. Storms are approaching Pekin and Peoria pretty rapidly here. This is just wind right now. This is wind and some small hail expected. No tornadoes up here. Anyone from Lincoln to Bloomington to Peoria, no tornadoes right now. This part of the line is disorganized and gusty. And lots of lightning, too. Yeah, I'm talking about Memphis, Tennessee. So right now, the storm's approaching Memphis, Tennessee. Looks like we aren't getting any. This is good. I'm seeing a lot of outflow dominance here, which means it's hard for any sort of winds to get in here and spin up a tornado. I hope that remains the case, but still, this is a powerful part of the line. Very strong gusts moving through here. This is going to be pretty nasty out as this passes through Brinkley, Forest City, all here along here on Interstate 40 and Wynn here in Arkansas. About an hour or so out from Memphis, although this is moving pretty quickly. Let's see. That was 18 minutes. So yeah, about an hour or so out from Memphis, Tennessee. The hope is that by that point it's fallen apart some. You're on the edge of the slight risk today. And then, like, literally just to the east of you is a marginal risk. So that's the lowest end of severe weather expected. As a result, the hope is that everyone forecasting this event is saying that it's just going to fall apart by that time. So over the next hour or two is when the storms are going to be strongest. Hopefully they start to fall apart. Yep, this is live. All right, so that's eastern Arkansas, northeastern Arkansas, same deal here. Just those damaging winds moving through. Nothing tornadic in Arkansas, headed towards Memphis right now. That could change. All right, into Louisiana. Let's bring back radar closer to these areas over here. Southeast Texas, just a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, much the same as what I was mentioning. Here around Natchitoches to Winfield, very windy storm moving in. So we got that severe thunderstorm warning in place for these areas. This supercell that previously did produce a tornado near Ringgold in Louisiana, Beanville Parish and Jackson Parish, it's really falling apart. It's losing its structure over here. But all these storms are probably going to remain pretty severe for wind as we go through the night because it's expected for them to sort of congeal together here and travel towards the Gulf Coast with time. But I think that we've lost almost all of our tornado potential down here. So that's good. That's good. All right. Back to our blanket tornado warnings. South Central Illinois. Next up, we're looking at Centralia, Mount Vernon, Salem, north to Effingham for this line of storms. I mean, to the best of my ability, the hope is that it's falling apart. You can see Mount Vernon is actually included in a severe thunderstorm warning now. Same with Salem here and Jefferson and Marion counties instead of a tornado warning. And the hope is that we're starting to lose steam here in terms of anything that could produce a tornado. Again, we're far away from radar. We can't see those very quick spin up tornadoes as they occur. The best I can do is tell you that hey, this part of the storm might be rotating, down here might be rotating, but it's very tough to be certain about that because we're far away. Yeah, thank you guys for the support today. Sticking through a lot of that. We had really good coverage. Hopefully for all of the people in the St. Louis metro that could tune in while the threat was highest earlier today. All right, I'll refresh Nick's feed. While the threat was highest. I think we're now starting to get onto the tail end of these tornado warnings. That's the hope. So Beanville Parish is allowed to expire, and also some of these blanket warnings are allowed to expire here. And then we could go down to almost no tornado warnings. However, I think that given some of the rotation up here near Greenville, Vandalia into Fayette County, we may see an extension of the warning up here. I wouldn't be surprised with that as it approaches Effingham. But the case is, we may get to ramp down. We may get to ramp down, cover isolated warnings as they come through, but we may get to relax a little bit more. Right. So I'm gonna let these warnings expire first before I do an overview here, so we can look at where things are gonna go over the next few hours, and really show you how the stuff's gonna fall apart or not, where things are gonna be. But right now, we're gonna continue just now casting a little bit more until we see these warnings expire, and then I'll show you guys what to expect. So that will answer all of your questions about XYZ location. Hope you're all doing well too. Take care of yourselves. Even though this is a primarily a wind and hail day, we've watched a couple of potentially dangerous situations arise, and thankfully they didn't manifest fully. We didn't see any significant tornadoes ongoing today, I think, so far. So that's the hope for the rest of the day. Very good. Very good so far. Just waiting to see if these warnings expire anytime soon. The one for Washington County was continued, but the storms are about to move out of that county, so in a little bit they'll expire. But again, I can't really tell you too much about this line of storms right now because it's so far away from a radar. Any spin up tornadoes are not going to show up a mile above the surface, unless they're significant. So at the moment, I guess, as long as y'all are taking shelter over here, getting ready to take shelter or paying attention to the storms in Fayette, Effingham counties out ahead of the most tornadic parts of this line, which are these areas right here, then we'll be okay. We'll be okay in these areas. So let's look east of our Little Rock just in case, right here. All the strong winds driving forward. This part of the storm that went through Jonesboro is moving the fastest, so we got the strongest winds pushing it forward. No tornado threat up here, though. It's just a bunch of heavy winds. So it looks like this part of the storm is attempting to it's attempting to move more to the southeast. So if you watch it, you can see the damaging winds the winds are pushing it more south and east. So Memphis probably will get in on some pretty gusty winds. Definitely a shelf cloud coming through with this. I wonder how that shelf cloud will look out ahead. So if you're in Memphis around the metro, you might be able to see that coming through here. People reporting heavy winds here in Harrisburg, Arkansas. So that's the case there. Still not looking tornadic anywhere along this line, thankfully. But again, this is the most powerful part of this storm right now near Brinkley, Arkansas. Traveling along Interstate 40. Oh my gosh, Interstate 40. Starting to get tongue twisted. Starting to get tongue twisted. So yeah, this is traveling this direction. And this part of the line is being influenced more to the south and east. So we may see Memphis get in on some damaging winds before all's said and done here. All right. One last look at our Beanville Parish storm here. It's really falling apart here. So as it approaches Jonesboro, this warning is about to be expired. The storm is moved out of the warning area. This looks concerning, but I don't see any rotation with it in this cell approaching Winfield. So we'll keep a close eye on that, just in case. Over there in Wynn Parish in Louisiana. So we'll see. We'll see if this does anything. But right now, I think that all tornado warnings are going to be... there's not going to be a tornado warning down here unless this cell does something here into Wynn Parish. All right, so now, about to expire all these. We're so close. We're on the doorstep of no tornado warnings, but we might see an extension soon. Okay, we'll take a close look at this as the storms move through Peoria and Pekin. One last look over here before we do an overview. One last look over here. So these storms are entering Peoria, Knox County, Peoria County. This was just upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which I'm not sure if emergency management in Peoria County. Oh, that was this one up here, actually. Interesting. What is that for? That is for 70-mile-an-hour winds. I wonder where that was recorded. So I'm not sure up here near Williamsfield, actually, if they'll sound any sirens for a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, Galesburg and Knoxville. But if they do, that's the reason why, because the severe thunderstorm warning was upgraded for 70-mile-an-hour winds instead of 60. So still some powerful winds moving through. Same will be true for Lincoln, through Peoria and Pekin, and even for Bloomington, Illinois, down the line from this as well. This is mostly a disorganized area of storms. This is being pushed forward by our our cold front moving through. So that's why we see a bunch of damaging winds as the primary threat over here. Just a bunch of gusty winds moving through with any heavy rain. Being driven forward by our cold front. Okay, so that's a look at that. Fayette County was put under severe thunderstorm warning. So yeah, the moment that our Beanville Parish warning and also this Washington County warning is allowed to expire, we will have no tornado warnings. So we are right on the doorstep of that. And then we can do an overview. Actually, I do believe this tornado warning will be expired. There it goes. So let's go ahead and do an overview. Let's look at where things are going to go. So let's look right now at what's happening. You can see our updated SPC outlook. If I turn this off, actually. You can see our updated SPC outlook is just an enhanced risk that's focused right in this corridor, right through Cape Girardeau, into south central Illinois, and along north central Louisiana, through eastern Arkansas, and probably right on the edge of Memphis, Tennessee. So that's our updated outlook. This is definitely going to be for wind. So this is now a wind-driven risk area in the 3 out of 5 risk for these areas in orange, and 2 out of 5 around it. You can see how quickly that falls off, though. So our marginal here is in the dark green. Okay, I don't know why that reverted. Not sure why that happened. So that the marginal in the dark green, that's just how fast that this is going to fall apart. Can I get that updated one back? Radar Omega, what did you do? I don't know why that just happened. What the heck? All right, at any rate, let's look at what's going to happen from this point on. All right, let's see what's going to happen. So this is the radar, the Futurecast radar an hour ago. This is what's going to happen to the storms tonight. Are you ready? So we're going to do a broad look here from north to south in our risk area, from Illinois down to New Orleans. So this was an hour ago. So this is in 2 hours from now. I think the storms are going to get to Memphis faster than this. So we'll see them there in the next hour from Memphis. So some of these areas are going to see storms faster. But at this point, this is a bunch of wind, all even as far north as north central Illinois, through Illinois and through Memphis. This is a bunch of wind, possibly some light hail down here as well into Louisiana. Then watch just how quickly this is midnight to 1 a.m. Everything up here from Chicago through Indiana, through even Mississippi, through western Tennessee, through western Kentucky is just falling apart. This is a bunch of nothing. This is a bunch of blah. This is midnight to 1 a.m. right here. This is expected futurecast. So this is why that risk falls off so rapidly from the Storm Prediction Center, is because it's expected to just lose all of its steam. The only part of the storm that's not going to lose its steam is down into Baton Rouge and New Orleans over here. And this is at 2 to 3 a.m. Anywhere from 1 to 3 a.m. down here. This line of storms will persist because we still have that Gulf humid air down here. It's locked down in this area. So storms will reach that area. They'll persist through the night into the morning hours. But I don't know. I don't think Mobile, Pensacola, Panama City will really get in on too much more like y'all did earlier today. So I think it's really New Orleans who's going to be woken up rudely in the early morning hours. Same with Baton Rouge and maybe Gulfport, Mississippi as well. So that's what we're looking at. But everyone else is not really concerned just how fast those storms fall apart. And then into tomorrow, you can see this really thin line here. There's still 70s Fahrenheit, 80s Fahrenheit out in this area into the mid-Appalachians and the Great Lakes region in Ohio. So it's still going to be really cold back in here and warm over here. These storms have got some fuel to work with, but it's only a marginal risk. You can see that right here if I give you this outlook. So it's just a marginal risk as this line right here moves to the east through these areas. Low wind day. It'll be stormy for a lot of people for, a few minutes or so, and then it's done. So tomorrow will not be a stream day because of that. But I consider today an important stream day to cover, just in case we had quite a few spin up tornadoes, and that is what uh, almost occurred there. So we watched that pretty quickly here. But now Memphis, Tennessee is next in line for some damaging wind. We'll be paying close attention to them. And I think that South Central Illinois, the risk will start to fall off really quickly here. So there we go. Let's go back to the radar. Did you see an anvil crawler on Nick Gorman's stream? Dang. I want to go back and see that myself. I want to go back and see that myself. Yeah, those supercells down there in Lake Charles are not tornadic. Down there in southeast Texas, eastern Texas, and southern Louisiana, those are not going to be tornadic. I think the worst case would be perhaps we could see a tornado warning or two down in the Baton Rouge and New Orleans if the storm is really strong at that time in the early morning hours. Yeah, we could see a warning or two down there just because it could spin something up, but it will be a spin up tornado if that happens, and it will probably be really weak as a result. That's the hope. Very unlikely that we see something worse than that, but it's never to be discounted, and that's why everyone today that's been in a tornado warning so far has been hopefully practicing their tornado safe spot routines. Nick Gorman is around Montgomery County, Illinois, so that's north and east of Edwardsville a good ways. He's driving back up home. He got to see a really good shelf cloud in St. Louis. All right, so looking at Interstate 40 for our friends around Memphis. Again, the strongest winds are probably going to be right up in here near Truman, Mark Tree. They're moving to the southeast here. So North Memphis Metro will probably get the most powerful winds right now in the near term. And then the heaviest rain and so forth is down here in the reds and pinks. Just approaching Brinkley, Arkansas, and traveling along Interstate 40. Some of this is what's going to be in Memphis, Tennessee, soon here. So over the next hour is when we're really watching for Memphis, but the hope is that it falls apart over the next hour. So that's what we're looking at down here. Anywhere back behind this line, if you here, let me draw that in a good color. Let's use pink. That's yellow. Let's use pink. There we go. Anywhere back behind this line is good. Anywhere to the west of here, you guys are fine today. Once that heavy rain is done for y'all, probably into Pine Bluff as well, you guys should be fine. It's a bunch of disorganized storms back in there. That cold front's coming through, and it's getting colder outside pretty rapidly. Then you'll be good today. That means you're in that stable air. Stable air means no severe weather for the most part. So yeah, that's what we're looking at down here as these approach Memphis. Right. No tornado warnings ongoing right now if you're just tuning in, which is great. We'll also take a look at the snow while we have some time down as well. First, let's look at South Central Illinois as best we can. These storms are going to be closer to the Evansville radar now. What will cause the falling apart? The lack of instability over here. So we get into the nighttime hours over here. We might still have a little bit of moisture in place, but it's gonna all the daytime heating is gone. So this being a marginal threat that's focused on where the sun is heating the surface. If we lose that out here, then we lose the juice for the severe weather. It becomes a stable atmosphere. This is only destabilized by and large by the sun today, heating up the surface. All right, so into south central Illinois. The strongest part of the storm is going to be right here through Mount Vernon, drawing that in blue. So you can see our bow shape now. No tornado warnings, but you can see our bow shape now taking place in a broad sense. The winds are pushing this part of the storm forward the fastest. So Mount Vernon has a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I'm not sure, again, if emergency management services will sound a siren in this area for an upgraded severe thunderstorm warning, but this is worth being inside for um, in in Vernon in Jefferson County, actually, in Illinois, just about where Mount Vernon is. All these storms are going to remain pretty electrically active, though, so we're going to see a lot of lightning. That's probably going to be the showstopper tonight. Is all the lightning over here in these areas. It's good the responses we've seen today. Good, all the responses we've seen today. A lot of good tornado safe spot practices. Yeah, you're getting in on the lightning. So yeah, the strongest part of the storm in terms of winds is going to be right here once again. That will move east across Interstate 64 pretty directly here, but it should, once again, it should lose its steam pretty rapidly as it approaches the Indiana border here. So Mount Vernon immediately, unfortunately, you guys are getting in on the worst of the rest of the storms today, is what I would say. You guys are in the worst of it over here. All right, so up into our Peoria area up here. Where are we going here? There we go. These storms up here impacting Peoria right now are a bunch of wind, very small hail if some does fall. Although we did get a quarter-size hail report here from a National Weather Service employee. So proper measurement going on there. So some hail falling here around Peoria. But mostly we've got severe thunderstorm warnings out for wind that do include Bloomington. Looks like Lincoln, Illinois is fine. Decatur, Illinois is fine. Weaker part of the storm headed towards you, as well as Champaign-Urbana for now. So, yeah, stronger part of the storm really is where these severe thunderstorm warnings are focused. So up here and also down here. So anywhere right in this line looks like you are in the best part of it. Still going to be gusty probably. Because you're going to get a cold front coming through. So it's going to be gusty. Might be loud because of that. But yeah, for the most part, you're fine. You're going to get in on this lightning up here. So you go. If you know your location's anywhere in between these areas, you're looking pretty good tonight for a lack of severe weather. But you will get that cold front moving through. It's gonna cool it off. It's gonna cool it off down there. Gonna cool it off over here. Not gonna be 80 Fahrenheit again for a few days. That's that pattern flip I was talking about. If you guys didn't watch the forecast video, the most recent one coming out on this channel, we talked about this storm moving through. Today, we talked about possible storms and severe weather next week. Lots of stuff, lots of information, lots of goodies are in that video. I would recommend it. And once we get through Mount Vernon here and down south to Cape Girardeau, I think that our tornado watch is going to be mostly done for. Again, that was a lower end tornado watch, so that's the reason why we didn't see too much come out of it, and that's why Ryan didn't stream today. If you're curious about that, I was pretty concerned with any sort of spin up tornadoes, and we did see that situation come through for St. Louis. Thankfully, only a weak tornado or two was in the St. Louis vicinity. If you're curious about getting the information from earlier today. So let's look at snow. Let's look at some snow. Snow way. There might be some snow for a lot of us tomorrow. up in the upper Midwest here. So if I play this through, you can take a look at the snow that's expected to fall. There we go. Big banding possible for Duluth and Minneapolis, Twin Cities Metro here. This is tomorrow evening, so it's gonna be nice and cold up here, even into parts of eastern Iowa as well. Cedar Rapids could get in on some heavy snow down there, even Davenport and even Chicago. All of this area in blue here could be some snow from Sunday afternoon into Monday morning as this system spins off to the east here. I don't know about, there's not probably going to be any significant accumulations down into Indiana or anywhere that sees snow in Ohio if you do get some flurries down there into Monday. But we could see significant accumulations into Minnesota and Wisconsin just on the means of intense snowfall rates right in this area. I'm drawing in black now. So we could see some intense snowfall rates, but it's not going to stick around for too long. Even if there is some snow on the ground here, we'll warm back up into the 50s Fahrenheit up here over the next few days. So the expectation is that we get another blast of winter here. Hopefully this is the last one, as I'm over here in around the Twin Cities. That's where I'm broadcasting from, so would like that to be the last one, but we got bursts of warm and cold. That's what we're used to up here in springtime. So there you go, snow moving through, even as far north as Thunder Bay, northwest Ontario. It's a really good look at our low pressure system spinning through there. You can see it, all that precipitation just spinning around it as it moves into Michigan. Yep, 80 degrees to snow. That's gonna cause some headaches for people, right? What else do you guys have responses to? Like, I don't know what else would happen. Your nose gets impacted. I think you'd really just get a headache when stuff like this happens, from extreme warm to cold. I think the mitten of Michigan is really where that's like the worst. Like, you guys were super warm over recent days, and now it's just going to be instant snow. I think that's where the biggest changes are going to occur from anywhere in the upper Midwest here. But eventually, that's going to make its way over here to the northeast, too. That cold front is going to come through, bring cold air into the northeast and New England as well, and also southern, southeastern Ontario, and southern Quebec as well. So all that cold air will filter in, will make its way over there, and then it'll take some time before warmer air, really makes it that far north again. But anywhere down here is probably going to get some warm air once again into next week. We'll see that take place. That's a look ahead there. So here's a look at what our storms looked like over the last 2 hours or so. Let's play this through, so you can take a look at what it's been like, what we've been covering here. So you saw that evolution through St. Louis, now into south central Illinois. We saw our tornado warning earlier in northwest Louisiana. That's now been allowed to expire, and it's mostly fallen apart. We see the development of the line of storms through central Arkansas, now approaching Memphis, Tennessee shortly. So we'll be covering y'all for the next 45 minutes or so over there. And we see all the storms popping down here into southeastern Texas that are moving every which direction, posing mostly a wind threat and maybe some hail down here as well. These are the storms. You can see them coming together right at the end of the loop here, right in this area. These are the storms that are going to travel toward the Gulf Coast and wake people up in the middle of the night for Baton Rouge and New Orleans. And they're going to come with some gusty winds and a lot of lightning. A lot of lightning down here with these storms as they progress and align into this area. So that's going to be where the storms persist through the night. Man, I have to sneeze. But everywhere up north. Ooh, you guys ever get a sneeze stuck in there? Man, it's stuck. Keeps trying to come out every 3 seconds. I'm like, oh, interrupt my speech. But so that's we'll see the storms persist down here, but everywhere up here is where we're going to see those storms fall apart for the most part. Let's see if we got that updated graphic. There we go. So this is the rest of day 1. You can see that nicely. Storms are mostly just going to fall apart once they reach this area into the marginal risk, but they'll persist through the Gulf Coast region down here into southeast Texas over the next few hours. And if you need a look at it, here's our tornado threat for the rest of the day. Literally, it's just confined like to this corridor right here. The rest of this is just a marginal tornado threat with anything that does develop in and around these areas. So very low end tornado threat for almost everyone. Almost everyone. Just a little bit more to cover here as the storms move through south central Illinois, Cape Girardeau area, and Memphis. And then that is going to be that will be the end of the stream today. Once it's moved through these areas that we're focusing on, that will be the end of the stream. And you can expect from that point on, from about 30 minutes out from now, when we do end it, that it is much weaker for the rest of the night. That's the hope. So we'll be focusing on Memphis now and up through south central Illinois. Let's take a look. Once I can find the radar site. Here we go. All right, so let's look for our friends in Memphis. Plenty of very strong winds driving this forward, but if we look at the Memphis radar, you can actually see something very telltale here. Let me point it out to you in pink. So I'm going to draw it in, or not. I'm going to draw it in pink here. If we look right here, you see this line here, this light green line. It's kind of over Jeanette. This light green line out in front of the storms here. So it's right in this this corridor right here. This is outflow. This is the gust front in front of all of these storms over here. And that means that we're not going to see any tornadoes forming right in here because the winds are not going to be able to get to the storms themselves. They're back in. All the heavy rain is back in here. So this gust front right here is preventing tornadoes from forming as this approaches Memphis. So that's good news. You guys are going to get no tornado threat. Right now, I can tell that that's not going to happen. Where this gust front comes into the storm, though, right about here near Forest City, we could still see something spin up. So we're watching that. But first and foremost, I think that Memphis is good for tornadoes. You're just going to get in on some very gusty winds down here in Memphis. So that's the case. That's the case for this area. Hopefully that helps settle some nerves for anyone over here. We can see that feature showing up nicely on radar. If we take a look over at the Paducah radar here, we can see if anything strong is going to impact Sikeston through Cape Girardeau here in southeastern Missouri up along Interstate 55. At the moment, just looks like a bunch of heavy rain, honestly. Some embedded small hail. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything too concerning here along Cape Girardeau. Severe thunderstorm warning probably will continue along these areas right here for the next while into the boot heel. So we'll see that come through more than likely, but it doesn't look too bad for y'all over here, which is good news. And then up into south central Illinois, Mount Vernon area is where the winds are the strongest at the moment. Looks like almost every other severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire out ahead of this storm. So we're watching it happen live. The deterioration of a lot of this part of the storm. It's going to get weaker and weaker as it goes this direction into southwestern Indiana. Yeah, this is where the heaviest rains are on radar at the moment. Then on this side, we have the wind speeds. Of course, you can keep up with that. I have labels on the radar, so you know which side is which. So there you go. There's southern Illinois. One more look at Peoria just to make sure, and into Bloomington. These are just a bunch of disorganized storms at the moment, so nothing really bad up here expected. Nothing bad expected up here as these storms move off to the north and east. No tornado warnings for a good 20 minutes or so now, so that's good. We're really seeing the model data is quite nice tonight. Really showed the deterioration of these storms, the weakening of them over time, very nicely as we went through the night. So this is being realized right now. Cool. Anyone getting snow right now? Anyone getting snow right now? You'd be probably up in parts of Iowa or Minnesota if you're getting snow. Maybe some of northwest Wisconsin. Let me know if you're getting snow right now. Would like to know. So we do have Hardin County and Orange County down in the considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We can take a close look at that just in case it is significant. So that's for this storm impacting Beaumont. Flash flood warning issued here. If I can play this back, that'd be great because we could see that this storm has been in the same place for quite some time. Same place for quite some time. So flash flood warning going out here. I mean, don't like to see stationary storms. If any of you were watching when Fort Lauderdale's flash flood warning happened recently, you know, the reason would be similar to this, where we have a stationary storms just sitting in the same place for a long period of time. So let's download some data and look at this. This has really been a storm just hanging out in this spot for a long time now. So let's see what's going on here. Now that it's also dropping a golf ball size hail. We could probably see this really nicely on radar Omega too, but there's just been a storm in this area all day. It's like, that must be hundreds and hundreds of lightning strikes. Goodness gracious. Yeah, this is warned for golf ball size hail now. We've got some large hail about to impact Beaumont, Texas. I know it's been on your doorstep all day today, because there's been a storm just off to your northwest basically the entire afternoon, but now it's starting to move in. It's being forced forward, so finally it's going to go through the town here. And then also a considerable severe thunderstorm warning down here south of San Antonio. This one down here actually has 2-inch hail associated with it. So Texas hailers, you know them. They're coming through now. Snow on Monday for western New York. Yeah. Ice right now for Anoka. Wow. That's the northwestern suburbs there up here in the Twin Cities. My head hurts from hearing that too. Yeah. Switching over from 80 degrees Fahrenheit to 40 and 30 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah. My head hurts too. I just like some nice springtime weather. We had it for a couple days, yeah. All right, another look at Memphis. These storms are, 15, 20 minutes out from a lot of Memphis, 30 minutes out from the southeast metro. So we're seeing them move in now. Again, these are outflow dominant. You can see this line right here just out in front of the storms. I'll highlight it in a corridor here so you can see it showing up nicely. You see that line just going right through the center there? No tornadoes because of that. This is our gust front right in this area, out ahead of the heavy rain. No tornadoes over here for the Memphis metro. That's the hope. But it will be pretty loud when it moves in here, so it's on your doorstep. It'll last a good while over here in Memphis into northwestern Mississippi. Central Indiana, you almost have nothing to worry about. Storms will fall apart by the time they're in Indiana. You're in Greenland? Yeah. Probably powerful low pressure system. How about that? So do you guys have anything interesting to ask me tonight while we await the arrival of our severe thunderstorms for the remainder of people that are going to see severe thunderstorms up here away from the Gulf Coast? A lot more people will see the severe thunderstorms along the Gulf Coast, but that will be into the night for anyone along Interstate 10 from Lake Charles all the way through Baton Rouge and New Orleans. So up here, any interesting questions? Not where am I? What about me? Locations. We talked about the entire risk area quite often today, so if I didn't talk about your location recently, then you're looking pretty good. I heard that the National Weather Service offices have a bunch of positions opening. So a bunch of new National Weather Service meteorologists are going to um, be in place very recent or very soon, rather, in the next week. I think is when those or next 2 weeks is when those openings are available. So a lot of new National Weather Service Mets. There's even one up here in Chanhassen for the Twin Cities. I considered it. I did, but we're just now, blooming on this channel. It would be a lot to be a National Weather Service Met and also do this at the same time. So I considered it. I considered it, but I think that I think I don't have enough time to do both. But yeah, there's like 25 new openings. Yeah, the A is pretty good, isn't it, Vernon? You gonna be in there? What made me want to become a meteorologist? I've always liked the weather since I was 4. I never wavered off of it. I've always been interested in it, and it still is fascinating. Are there any new songs? New songs? No. Honestly, I don't listen to music very much. I've only recently taken up listening to music while I've been making my scripts for my forecast videos. Spin up tornadoes are they're mostly rain wrapped. So you see this area of the line right here. If this is being pushed forward, a spin up tornado can happen on either side of it. On the even on the southern side, it can be spinning the opposite direction. So the winds literally push this forward as if you were pushing water forward in your bathtub. If you're taking a bubble bath, just push that water forward, and you'll see either side of it spin off in a direction. That's literally what's happening here in the atmosphere. So that's a spin-up tornado, and usually they don't last too long. Hopefully they aren't significant, but sometimes they are. Yes, it'll be fine by the time it gets to Alabama. Someone asked this earlier, what are the weakest and strongest parts of a tornado? That is a tough question to answer. In a classic setup, the strongest parts of a tornado are the side where the winds are rotating the same direction that the tornado is moving forward. So you get both the rotational winds plus the speed of the tornado moving forward at the same time. Usually that's on the southeastern side of a tornado. So that typically is the strongest part if we had a typical tornado. Let's look at this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be that storm south of San Antonio, baseball size hail. So let's bring a radar down there. Baseball size hail with this storm down here. Once again, in these same areas, you can see, wow. So yeah, this is for baseball size hail. Will be upgraded soon in Atascosa County. Atascosa County. That's hard to say. Headed right down Interstate 37 towards Campbellton. So you guys see this thing right here? This thing's sticking out of the storm. Our radar is over here and scanning the storm in this direction. So the beam is coming into the storm, moving through the hail core right in the pinks here. And when that happens, we get this artifact here that's called a three-body scatter spike, TBSS. You can call it a hail spike. So this is a classic hail spike. This happens when it's got really large hail in the storm. The radar beam's bouncing all over the place. So really large hail falling here, about to impact Campbellton, Texas. That's why we have that destructive warning now. All right, any more good questions here? Yeah, hard rain every now and then in Hawaii. I included you guys once. It's good to look at y'all over there in Hawaii from the origins of moist air masses that will impact the Pacific coast. So that was actually my very first forecast video on this channel. Talked about Hawaii. Yeah, Indiana looking pretty good overnight. Pretty good overnight for Indiana. Which is, not to say I don't care about y'all, but no, this was not. This was a severe weather outbreak for hail and also some damaging wind. We may have had maybe two or three confirmed tornadoes that we were able to look at today. So we had very few scanner spotter reports or anything coming through local radios that Brandy was keeping track of. So thank you, Brandy, for that. I was watching in the back there. What other hobbies? I am a streamer just in general, so that's why I sound like this. But I like to stream on Twitch, play games. I've been doing that for over 6 years now. So that's why I have the streamer voice. I'm able to go a long time. I'm a practiced streamer. Hopefully to help you all out with the meteorology too. All right, let's go back and look at Memphis real quick here. Storm's on the doorstep there, just in case. Yeah, we're a few minutes out. It's going to get windy first as this goes through Memphis. As this goes through Memphis, it'll be windy first, and then the rain will be behind that quite a ways, but it will still be heavy. So the gust front might be something that would, blow your shirt back a little bit here, rip the umbrella out of your hand or something. But then the heavy rain will be back further behind that. That's what's expected for Memphis here. It's in the description. You guys are curious about the Twitch. I always have it in there. YouTube descriptions are pretty valuable, guys. I know not a lot of people look through them, but all resources are always in there. If you want to see every single thing I use to make a video in terms of all the sites that I look at and the resources, it's all in there. You can take a gander for yourself. Peoria, you're almost done with the storms up there. Just a bunch of wind moving through. What's the longest I've been live? Here on this channel, 14 hours for March 31st. Outside of that, though, I've been on for 19 before. So I can do 19-hour streams just fine. If the weather ever requires that, I can do it for y'all. So hopefully that also helps, add some trust here. Forest City, you're almost done with this. You're on the back end of the heaviest rain now. Mount Vernon is pretty much done with this severe weather as well. Just a bunch of storms moving in to western Tennessee here. This is expected to decrease in intensity through the night once again. Yeah, if you see a green sky before storms, or you're like looking into the storm, you see it's green in there. That's because a bunch of hail, a bunch of ice that's in the cloud and also falling to the surface in some cases is refracting light. And altogether, that sort of blends into a green color. That happens when the light is to your west, or at any point it's shining through the storm, then you can see it. Any light that's entering the storm is going to be refracted by all that ice in there, and it's going to eventually just blur into a green color. You were there for all 14? That is ridiculous. Yeah. But I do appreciate that. Yeah, thanks everybody who sent stuff along today. I'm sorry I wasn't paying any attention to donations or anything at this point. I do appreciate that. I do see them. So I appreciate the support. Hopefully I was able to help a lot of y'all today who are contributing. I don't like making my streams about money at all. So I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. I streamed Mario Golf for 19 hours. Screen skies always mean tornadoes? No, it always means hail. It's because ice is refracting things. This does not mean a tornado's on the ground, but it does mean there is ice present. So that is the reason why it's green. Hours east of Memphis, you're fine. Storms will settle down by that point. You are going to get rain moving through, but it's not anything you need to stay up for over there. Almost certain about that. Yeah, just a bunch of wind and rainy storms moving through right now. No tornado warnings for over half an hour now. Just a bunch of winds moving through. What do red clouds mean? That's a little more difficult. A little more difficult. Almost every single person in Missouri is fine once this moves through the boot heel and right along the Mississippi River. Everybody in Missouri will be good to go. Radar scans take a minute or two to update because the radar dome itself has to rotate and also scan several different heights into the atmosphere. So it's literally a mechanical thing that it takes that amount of time. Jackson, Tennessee, you'll be okay. It's about an hour out from you. The expectation is that every minute further into the nighttime, we are losing intensity for everyone up in Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, and Indiana. We're losing intensity of these storms. So right now is the most severe it'll be for the remainder of the night over here. And that's why we're watching Memphis. Just now, the wind is going to start picking up through Memphis Metro. Because this gust front here, this leading green line right here, this is our gust front. All the winds are churning up a little bit of stuff that's being picked up by the radar. It's going to move through first, and then the heavy rain will follow it. Pecos Hake said it was bluish hail, yellow sunlight. It's kind of that, but it's also like sunlight is white. So the scattering of light through all of those ice crystals, it's the same thing as if you were to look down an infinite line of mirrors. Like if you had a mirror on both sides and it was infinitely mirrored, eventually at the end of that mirror, it's a greenish tint to it. And that's the same reason. Literally how light is refracted as you go through. Eventually it just it all like merges together so your eye sees a greenish tint. The bluff effect. I'm not sure what that is. Poplar Bluff, you lost power. Yeah, the storms have moved through your area. Lots of people probably losing power temporarily due to the damaging winds through the squall line that we're seeing. Red clouds are probably, yeah, they're probably sunset scattering light. Yeah, you can get Radar Omega on your phone. The biggest hail I've ever seen is an inch in diameter. San Antonio storms are south of you. Dropping baseballs well south on Interstate 37 near, what was that? Campbellton in Texas. I might stream the storm chasing in May. We're trying to figure that out. I mean, it's a really good idea because I think a lot of people would like to see it, but also at the same time, I don't want to deviate too far from what you guys expect to be streamed on this channel. I'll definitely at least stream it to Ryan's channel, so you'll be able to see it there. I'm not sure I want to keep any sort of hard to watch streaming stuff going on this channel. We'll see, but it might not happen. But I definitely will have the footage on this channel in some way. If you're in Louisiana, if you're in southern Louisiana, you guys are going to get storms through the night. So anyone in New Orleans, Baton Rouge, along Interstate 10 there, they're going to get to you at some point in the night. New Orleans is really like 2 a.m. or so, 3 a.m. or so. Baton Rouge an hour earlier. But they will persist down there along the Gulf Coast. Peoria is fine. Just some wind and rain. Favorite weather event that I've studied? And my favorite weather event is the Rochelle, Illinois tornado. Fairdale. April 9th, 2015. That one's always been my go-to. It's the most wild one in my opinion. For the things that I've looked at and watch happen. What about Charlotte and North Carolina? Yeah, you guys are fine. Hopefully that cold front reaches you so you can cool off a little bit. Take a look at southern Illinois just for a while here. Effingham is the only place in a severe thunderstorm warning out here. Again, from the Evansville radar into southeastern Illinois, you can see this line out in front of the storms. So you see this faint blue line right here. See all that? That's our gust front. So no tornado threat expected any longer with any of these storms as they enter western, southwestern Indiana. So this is now a non-tornadic part of the storm. So hopefully that helps calm some nerves anywhere from Effingham all the way into Evansville and so forth. As this loses steam, the reason why we see these storms also lose steam is this gust front is out in front of them. It's preventing all this air from getting to the storm and sustaining it. So that's why we see these start to weaken as we go through the night. That's what it looks like on radar. So a bunch of wind is expected up there near Bloomington and up towards Peru in Illinois, those areas. The worst radar hole, dude. I hate radar holes so much. I hate radar holes so much. Why does grass turn funky green when tornadoes are in the area? That might just be shadowing of the clouds, or maybe maybe a physical awareness more so than usual. I don't think it turns a different color. Green flash sunsets. That's a great question. I haven't thought about that in a while. Oh, I forgot what exactly causes a green flash, but I know what you're talking about. It's very, very, very brief. Doesn't Pico Sank have a good video on that? Or somebody does. Or maybe I watched an example of that in my physical meteorology class, my senior year in undergrad. Yeah, I know about green flash sunsets. Those are super, super cool. Very difficult to catch, too. I'd recommend looking them up. Atmospheric Optics site probably has a bit on them. Would I drive to St. Louis from Indiana right now? Probably not. I'd rather wait till the morning, and then it will be totally fine, yeah. Wind just got there in North Memphis. Yep, about to move through. Again, no tornado threat expected down there. That gust front is preventing any tornadoes. Same with Evansville in Indiana. And I think the same is also going to be true for all of Western Tennessee, Paducah, and Western Kentucky. Really not seeing that tornado threat continue as this line of storms moves through and very quickly begins to lose its punch. Yeah, blue jets are different. That has to do with lightning. Green flashes are literally just the sun's light as it gets right down just below the horizon, I think, if I'm remembering that correctly. I did learn about those, though. Very good question. Who's that? Space Cadet? Very good question. If there is any wind when it gets to you, yeah, Lisa. I mean, it is going to be windy behind the cold front. So yeah, thank you for the contribution. Thank you for the donation. So yeah, when it gets to Nashville, it'll just be that cold front switch in the wind direction, blowing in that cold air, hopefully, so you can chill out just a little bit down there. Same with everybody who will see weather tomorrow. It's only a marginal risk tomorrow. So I don't think anything significant is going to happen at all tomorrow. There won't be a stream tomorrow. Should be all okay. It's just going to be a change in weather from warm to cold for a lot of us in the Appalachia into the Great Lakes regions into the Northeast in time. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, tornadoes form ground up. That's the most commonly accepted science at the moment. They form from the ground and then connect to the cloud up from the spinning part of the cloud. Landspouts happen at night. It's much more difficult, actually, for them because you have a surface inversion, so that prevents air from rising efficiently. So they happen a lot during the day because you got that freely rising air when the surface is heated up. What should you study in high school? I didn't do anything particular in high school. I just kept indicating my interests. You saw one ever? That's dope. I hope you were able to get a photograph. But it's hard to capture, I bet. Cape Girardeau, while cloud was swirling and intense, broke down quickly. Yep. It's going to be the case for almost everybody that sees any sort of severe weather for the rest of the evening hours here. Yeah, Ripley will be fine. Yeah, I know they don't know, Craig, but that's why I'm here. I mean, I do try to help as many as possible. How did Ryan and I meet? A lot of people like that question. I met Ryan because I applied to be a YouTube moderator actually, which of quite a few people have indicated the same interest. But when I applied, I gave him my background as a meteorologist and all the stuff that I do. I've worked with machine learning neural networks, trying to improve forecasts. I have a bunch of weather challenge trophies. If you guys have ever seen these in the back for forecasting, doing the best forecasts amongst college students and professors. I just gave him all my background and what I do in weather, and like he's like, "Can you do all of this stuff instead?" And that's how I started working with Ryan. What's the difference between an MCS and a QLCS? A great question, Brian. Um, it's hard to answer, but like an MCS, you can think of it as a much shorter storm. So if a storm is just like one singular bow echo looking shape, that would be an MCS. But a QLCS is that this whole thing that is traveling up from Illinois down through Tennessee. That's not going to be an MCS. An MCS would be this region right here. So the way to differentiate it would be the mesoscale part of MCS. M is for mesoscale. And mesoscale simply means it's on the scale of a few cities or, a third of a state. When we get into a larger scale, it's not going to be mesoscale anymore. And that's when you can see a QLCS. So it's just about like the size of it. That would be the way to think about it. South central Kentucky will be fine. Just some switching wind directions, maybe some remnant rainfall with that as the cold front passes through. Yeah, Frank is the one who saw my application. Good old Frank in the chat. He brought it up to Ryan back in February last year. I use OBS Studio to put the live stream together, but there's a lot of components that go into it so you guys can see the warnings and so forth. I believe Nick is done for the night. I don't even know if his stream is still going. Did he park at his house? Did we just dox him on accident? I didn't mean to. Nah, he's fine streaming that. We're good. We're good. Yeah, the math is hard, but there are a lot of resources to learn the math in college for going for your degree in meteorology, but you have to do it, and it is tough. Yeah, we cover tropical weather when we get into hurricane season for sure. We did really good with Hurricane Ian coverage last year. AI forecasting, there's never going to be a time where AI forecasting will completely take over because the human element will be necessary, especially with the noise of radar data. We need specific interpretations. We can never rely on a set in stone. Like, oh, if there's this much rotation here, like we're never going to be able to reach that. There always needs to be a human element. Right now, I have used AWIPS, but I don't currently. It's a lot clunkier. I don't need to use it. The National Weather Service Mets use AWIPS because it's it's just what's written in stone for federal employees. But I know a lot of them also use this program, which is GR2 Analyst. So there's our gust front moving through Memphis. Heavy rain now approaching from the west as well. Quite a bit of lightning, I think, too. How's the lightning in Memphis? Is it really active? I'm a climatologist, Major Payne, so let that be your guidance. Also a climatologist. Northwest Indiana, it won't be bad at all when it gets there. It's all gonna fall apart in the next few hours. No, I haven't met Ryan RL yet. Not been together with Ryan yet, but perhaps when I go storm chasing, which it's gonna be tough. We might have to stream a storm chase properly because in order to get information out to y'all, well, I mean, if we're both out there, one of us still has to be talking. Best tips for getting ready for college meteorology? There's so many resources out. There's so many resources out there. There's YouTube series on like videos of tornado forecasting workshops for meteorologists. Like, you don't have to be prepared for that because honestly, you don't do too much of this. What I'm doing right here, you don't do this in college. Not to this degree. This is a very applied meteorology sort of thing here that we're doing on this stream. Thoughts on next Thursday? I have some thoughts in my forecast video I posted last night. Um, I think it'll be an active few days of severe weather starting on Thursday if we see those low pressure systems keep going through. Where's Ryan? This was a lower end risk day today, so we didn't have all resources on deck. We don't want to send too much of a signal that, hey, it's going to be really bad and doom and gloom just because we're uncovering it. So we opt to cover the higher end risk, you know, any sort of higher end risks. That's what we opt to cover. We have to have a set point to when it's like, hey, this is significant enough to where we need to be on covering it. But if it's not, then chances are good that it's not going to be, and we don't want to cry wolf all the time. We want to make sure that when we're live, it matters the most. You know what I mean? But today I saw like enough of a risk. You know, maybe Ryan doesn't need to stream, but in case there is anyone who needs very localized, you know, information like what we went through in St. Louis earlier today, then we do have resources on YouTube for that for anyone seeking them out, and we'll continue to do so. So yeah, we want to make sure that we're keeping coverage when it's most necessary, so to speak. Nope, Indianapolis, you're fine. Bloomington, you're fine. In Illinois, in Indiana, sorry. You're also fine in Bloomington, Illinois now. There are no active tornado warnings at the moment, and there haven't been for about an hour now. Which years have the worst hurricanes? When you get really warm, above average sea surface temperatures in the Atlantic Basin, and also La Nina at the same time. That's typically when you get the most active hurricane seasons, but it doesn't matter. I'm more of the notion that if you see a seasonal forecast and you're like, oh, there's going to be less hurricanes because El Nino is here, and it will be an El Nino this year, almost certainly. We're going to go into El Nino. I actually covered that also in my recent forecast video. There's a lot of good stuff in there. It doesn't like if that happens, like what if there's still the one hurricane that is very impactful and makes landfall? Like I can't say that enough that we should not be saying, "Oh, I don't need to prepare because it's El Nino instead of La Nina." No, you are watching out for stuff like that no matter what. Watching out for stuff like that no matter what. So it doesn't matter. It might lower the odds just a little bit, but it's like it could still just happen. So we need to not discount it just because we had a forecast in April say there's going to be 3 less hurricanes. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So that's the important part here. Yeah, I saw the Fort Lauderdale storm. I mentioned it once this stream. It's the unfortunate consequence of when things go perfectly wrong. It's a perfect storm for Fort Lauderdale. And it's I mean, it's not something you can make a forecast video about. Like there wasn't even that much. There was a marginal risk for excessive rainfall from the Weather Prediction Center down there. They didn't have a high risk for excessive rainfall. You know, like it's really tough. That's a mesoscale accident. OBS is free, yes. Winds knocked your grill over? Oh no. Wait a while and then you can pick it back up. You're good. Yeah, it's getting weaker as it moves through Illinois. It's not going to pick up steam again. I promise you that. It could still be nasty when it gets through y'all there, but it's not. It's really expected to just go kaput. Yes, I like space weather too. I actually just saw my first legit aurora 3 weeks ago. I posted that on my Twitter. It was wonderful. It was a lot to take in, but yeah, I got to see that. It was visible to the naked eye too. So I do pay attention to auroras. I'm in Memphis. I live by that grill. Y'all. Y'all are good. Y'all are good. Good to see you all. Gibson County, yeah, Western Tennessee is mostly going to be fine. You see, we used to have a severe thunderstorm warning near Caruthersville here in the Boot Heel, and now that part of the storm just looks pathetic. You can see it right there. It just looks kind of, it looks like nothing. That's going to be the case for almost all of these parts of the severe weather moving through. And the reason for that is because we're losing daylight out here. We're losing all the sun's energy through the night. That's really what's fueling these first and foremost. And then we also have this gust front out in front of the storm. So air is not really getting in at the surface to these storms in the first place, which means they're going to kind of rain themselves out for for just like another hour or two. And then we're not going to see too much down or up here rather into Indiana. Nothing. Western Kentucky, really not going to be too much. Still going to be windy though, but that's because the cold front is moving through. Those cold temperatures, they got to get in somehow. That cold air is going to get into you somehow, so it's the winds driving that forward. Yeah, that's the same case for Clarksville. It's the same case for most all of Indiana, Chicago. Who turned the air on? The Beaumont storm moving now? Good question. This one down here with the large hail is it kind of petered out a little bit. It's not too impressive, but it's still got a hail core with it south of San Antonio. We look at Beaumont over here. It has moved through the city, yeah, and it's now moving to the coast towards Port Arthur. Just some golf ball size hail in that. Or no, actually, it's warned for quarter size hail. The golf ball size hail is allowed to expire, and now we have no. We have no. Why did that warning come through? I think that was a. I think that was an artifact there. No, it definitely is there. So we have one considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and the rest of it is all just garden variety severe thunderstorm. Right now, I play a lot of Pokemon on Twitch, but I do a bunch of Nintendo games. Do I study weather on other planets? Not really. No, that's an interesting one. Yeah, you're gonna get the dregs of this. That's exactly the way to think about it. A rainy day, temperature swinging over to the colder side of things again. No more gorilla hail, no. Yeah, all of the if you have thunderstorms forecast tomorrow afternoon in some manner, they're just going to be marginal. They're really not going to be that. They're really not going to be bad. But you're going to feel the difference when the cold air makes it through to you. That's for southeastern Ontario. That's for all that stuff. No fear mongering here. I'm trying to do the exact opposite of that. Favorite NES game? That's a great question. Off the top of my head, hard to think about. I like the Super NES though. SNES. Then you got Yoshi's Island on there. That's dope. 85 today, snow tomorrow. Yep, the same here. 85 yesterday, and snow tomorrow here. That's the same for me. Yep, Eastern North Carolina gets that quite often. Dregs of the weather. It's possible you could get flurries as far south as Indianapolis. Sorry, I don't know yet. But it's definitely gonna be cold. Definitely gonna be cold. Of course, Craig. Yeah, I do my best to do that stuff. I want to make sure that I am, to put Ryan on the spot. I'm more scientific than Ryan is, but also still accessible, digestible. That's what we're trying to do here. I like providing the meteorologist perspective here. I haven't watched the Super Mario movie yet, but I do want to. Somehow I haven't seen it yet. Can I watch that on some streaming service? I'm a climatologist, Okie Freeman, so use that as the answer. I've literally studied the science. It was actually really good. Dang, Frank, you saw it. If I weren't a meteorologist, I also looked into occupational therapy. You know, part of the meteorology side of things here, the social side, is being able to provide a relief effort to people. You know, relieve storm anxiety and so forth. Let people know exactly what's going on, the reasons why. Give you the science and help with the anxiety and help with the preparedness as well. And occupational therapy is kind of like that too. Is you're helping patients and um, keeping them going with progress. So I guess I'm the helper. No, I have not met any big egos from the Weather Channel. South Mississippi for tornadoes, very, very, very slight risk, marginal risk. Lower end threat. A damaging wind will make its way through a lot of like the southeastern Louisiana and some of southern Mississippi. When I studied in high school, I did the curriculum that was given to me in high school. Ryan, I'm a climatologist. What is a microburst? It's when everything falls out of the storm at the same time, or very close together. So all that rain is falling at and making it blinding at the surface. With that rain comes a bunch of the air at the same time, and it hits the surface and then just spreads out really rapidly. So very powerful down drafts and very heavy rain. That's a microburst. On the money for yesterday's forecast video about today's storms. Good to hear. Verification is a very important part of meteorology. You know, we could talk all this smack and say like, oh, there's gonna be severe weather outbreak, and then, well, if it doesn't happen, we don't just not talk about it. We think about why it didn't happen. We you know, we have to. It's important to get those results. You know, it's a constant part of meteorology. I think including y'all in understanding that is important. It is important. I don't really have idols in the weather field. I don't think it's that healthy to idolize people. I like to go about my own thing here. It's the biggest hail I've encountered. I think I was answering that and I forgot to say it. I've encountered just quarter size, about 1 inch hail, since I've been in Minnesota for 2 years now. Lights going on and off there in Memphis. Yep, watching all these storms coming through, but yep, no tornado warnings for basically an hour now, if not more. Tornado threat is minimized. Just a bunch of heavy rain and winds now. Just a bunch of heavy rains and winds. The best thing I found from everyone talking about storm anxiety is just to be aware in the moment. When you're watching something like this, you have multiple ways to receive information. You're on top of what's happening here, and I mean, I would quell every single bit of storm anxiety myself by looking at a radar, but I know that's not accessible to everybody. So, um, you know, we do our best to help when it matters most. Well, some places did actually get up to 4 inch hail earlier today in Southwest Missouri, so it did happen. There were my forecast video is about apple size hail somewhere over there. That did happen. That's 3 inch hail. So verification right there. Bang. Why Minnesota? My partner lives up here. And I actually like the area too. I like the Twin Cities a lot. Indiana, you guys are fine. Cold front's gonna move through. It's gonna be windy, but you're fine. Tornadoes can change paths and loop around if they get detached from the parent part of the storm. Then they can be guided by low-level winds in different directions. Occlusions or deviant tornadoes, similar processes there. They're different, but they are similar in nature. Central Louisiana, just some severe thunderstorms, wind and hail. That's where the severe threat is going to be focused for the rest of the night once these storms near Memphis peter out, which they're beginning to do as they head in through western Tennessee and western Kentucky. It's just all good. You guys are all good over here. Make sure you guys have watched that forecast video if you haven't watched it yet. It's not just for today's severe weather, but also for what we're expecting coming up. So it's going to remain relevant for quite some time, and also patterns into the future here. For talking about El Nino, I even talked about Cyclone Ilsa that impacted Australia. A little cool fun fact on why that persisted for so long inland. How much longer to stay? Honestly, not too much longer. Um, now that we've hit about 4.5 hours on this broadcast, I think, right? We're at 4.5 hours. We're looking pretty good in terms of all the coverage we're able to do today. Looking for pretty good today. But if anyone has riveting questions, I'm still here for it. Radar scope's great. It's one of the best for just being out in the field with something that loads quickly. Same is true for Radar Omega. It's got all the information you need, which is why we frequently have them on the streams here. So this in particular, what I'm using here is GR2 Analyst. That you're going to need a laptop for out in the field, but on your mobile phone, you got those options. And they're all real good. Yeah, I did not expect Cyclone Ilsa as well. It actually was a Category 5 cyclone, severe cyclone, but it did have a Category 5 hurricane equivalent winds from our 1 minute sustained. And if you're looking for the Twitch, it's in the description. You should get GR2. Level 3 data is a little less precise for doing stuff exactly like this, if you're curious. North Mississippi, you guys are fine. Where's Midas? He's hanging out somewhere. Somewhere in here. I don't know where he's at. Otherwise, I would pan the camera over to him. You guys are fine. If you lose power tonight because these gusty storms do move through, like, you'll be okay. You've been through it before. Green Bay, tonight, not too interesting, but it's going to cool off pretty rapidly, and eventually you guys will see some snow. Almost for sure over there you're going to see snow in the area. Almost for sure. Tornadoes are rain wrapped. Some of them are because the area that the storm that's rotating at the surface, and also aloft, is in and surrounded by rain. These are our winds. You can see the label for it at the top here. We've got our winds on the right side. So the red is winds moving away from the radar site, which is right here. So these are traveling this direction, and green is moving toward the radar site. So that's our inflow there. Now, people are asking me about their locations. We're looking at the most intense part of the storms right now. That is probably going to be gone in 1 to 2 hours from now. So, if I'm not looking at your area right now, it's not going to be all that bad. Which is a good thing. Like, you don't get to say that too often, but it is expected to just decrease in intensity as we go through the day, or as we go into the early night, rather. Really, where we should be watching most closely, and who will continue to see severe weather into the night, is everyone along Interstate 10 here in southern Louisiana. That's where we're going to see severe weather. And I wish I could be on for that, but this is going to take hours and hours to travel this direction through the southern part of the state, eventually getting to New Orleans and Baton Rouge in the early morning, probably. So same with Port Arthur down here. You guys are going to get in on the hailstorm right now. But all these storms are just kind of moving through into central and southern Louisiana over time. And that's going to be basically the rest of any severe weather risk today. Yeah, I mean, it's people seeking information. Like, I'm happy to help everybody who keeps asking about locations. It's just it's what I do. People seek information in different manners. A lot of people are able to consume what's happening on the radar. They know exactly where they're at because they've looked at maps all the time. But if people haven't done that, then they ask about their location. I can get to some of them, but I do a lot more of like sweeping generalizations for these areas and tell you, hey, your location is near this, then you're in this area. So it's okay. It's okay that people ask about that. What I would recommend to the people who always ask about their location is to make sure you know where you are on a map. So if I'm not looking at your area and I'm telling you that you're pretty much okay, good to go besides this, then you'll know where you're at. You'll know where you're at. What kind of research do? I use neural networks to improve forecasting precision for valuable variables like temperature and winds and amount of rainfall. That's what I've done a lot of research on. Published author. Yeah, that gust front out ahead of that rain. That's what I was saying would probably knock you over just a little bit. So good to hear that verification. Thank you, Mike, for that. You're in Memphis. The wind is gonna move through. It is gonna move through because it's bringing in those colder temperatures back behind it. Won't last too long for all these areas we're looking at down here, though. The temperatures will recover as we go into the start of next week. But maybe a cool day, once that cold fronts come through, maybe a cool day for some people, cool off for a while. Same with Asheville. Same with Byhalia in Mississippi. Yeah, typically I don't really cover special weather statements because there are a lot of those. Those are for sub-severe thunderstorms for the most part. So if those get upgraded, then it would pop up on the radar that I have open here. I've never seen a tornado in person. I'm hoping to change that next month. Hopefully, it's out in a field that impacts nobody. But I am going storm chasing next month for a couple weeks, so we'll see. Will that be the last frost? I'm not sure. It depends on the area. That's a heavily volatile variable, whether it reaches freezing or not for a specific location. Yeah, I do my best, Christina. Appreciate it. What's the largest hail recorded today? Just about 4 inches. I'm pretty sure we saw some 4-inch hailstones in southwest Missouri. Kind of weather is most difficult to predict. As it gets smaller in scale, it's more impossible to predict it further out. All good, Mazio. Yeah, if they're around New Orleans, around Lake Pontchartrain, it's going to be a windy, gusty storm that moves through. So it's going to maintain its intensity overnight as it travels through southern Indiana or southern Louisiana, rather, into the early morning hours. Gonna be windy and heavy rain. I'm doing good, thank you. The tornado watch is not going to last too much longer. In fact, most of the areas that we were primarily concerned with are almost done. We're only like 40 minutes out from the tornado watch expiring for everybody today. Then there'll just be severe thunderstorm watches in place. So almost done with that. Our focused areas of any tornado potential are pretty much over. When the cold front come through Chicago, sometime in the early morning. Sometime in the early morning to 6 hours from now. Then it'll start getting colder and colder, and you might get some snow flurries over there. I might get some snow through northern Illinois, even Indiana, and even parts of definitely the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, and even parts of the Mitten. It's a journal article, not a book, for the published author. I don't really know how to, I tweeted out a long time ago. I don't really know how to get that to you. You also don't have access to it unless you're in a college, an institution that has access to the journal articles. Otherwise, I couldn't pay $1,100 or whatever it is to make sure that it was accessible already. They have steep early access fees for American Meteorological Society. Those are a little silly. I appreciate that, Storm Chaser. Happy to help. It's a trending topic for the Midwest. Well, it's really tough to forecast something like that, because we can't ever be confident that we won't get a very deep trough that moves through and brings cold enough air again. I would probably never try to forecast something like that because it could change 2 weeks down the line. Maybe once we reach May, I could try to forecast something like that, but I would be uncomfortable saying something like that. Yes, I am, Vernon. Very fair, Dale. Very fair. Not for everybody though. That can be an event that really gets some people rather on edge for everything. So everybody's different. Yeah, peer-reviewed journal articles behind a paywall until they're accessible later. Southern Illinois, yeah, you guys are fine. If that cold air's moving in now, the gusty winds behind the heaviest rain, then you guys are all good. And you'll be good in front of that too. It's just going to be a strong storm or two. I'm 25, been a meteorologist for 2 years now since I graduated. In Statesboro, Georgia. Now it's nothing tomorrow. Yeah, actually, I covered that in the video when it was a slight risk. And I think the reasons that what I pointed out in the video about down there in Georgia, when it was a slight risk, is exactly the reason that it's not even a severe thunderstorm risk any longer from the Storm Prediction Center. So down there, you see those winds. I showed the map of bulk shear. It's really just not supportive of organized severe weather. So there you go. Yeah, I did my degree in Asheville, North Carolina. I don't think so, Major Pain. What in the world? They change over rivers like they do mountains? Very little. It's very localized effects, anything that a river would do. A river valley, maybe a little bit more so, but yeah, that in terms of what winds can be funneled into a storm through a river valley, if they go any faster, accelerate at the surface because they're in a lower elevation, that could happen. Memphis, you're almost through the storms up there. I'm going chasing with a few friends, experienced drivers, so I feel pretty safe about it. See, this storm is really starting to fall apart here. Once it's past Memphis, the gusty winds out in front of it are still pretty strong as it goes through Byhalia toward Holly Springs and east along Highway 64. So this gusty front of winds is going to be pretty strong, but once it gets past that, you might be unimpressed. You might be unimpressed. Illinois is fine. That's why I'm not up there. You guys are all good up there. If you have any severe thunderstorms anywhere, there are no severe thunderstorms in the state anymore. Take a look at it. No severe thunderstorms in Illinois now. So it's fallen apart just like it was expected to. You guys are good. There's a reason I'm not looking at it. Just ready for some winds and hail, or winds and heavy rain up there in parts of Illinois. Always good to be unimpressed. Yep. Does a tornado sound like? Depends on how strong it is, but can be pretty loud. I don't know yet. I think that going storm chasing will give me a newfound, respect for what I'm watching happen here on radar as something that's a weathered meteorologist, having seen things happen, with my own eyes at the surface, being there in person. I think it provides a really important perspective. Storms stop in they kick up once they're past east of the Rocky Mountains, actually, rather than Nevada. They pick up east of the Rocky Mountains because they start to stretch out once they are off the mountains. You can literally think of the storm as like passing over the mountains and then it reaches the plains and then suddenly it's stretched out to the surface. So it intensifies once it gets to the Great Plains, the high plains. Western Kentucky is all good. All of these severe thunderstorm warnings were allowed to expire over here, just like we expected. So just some gusty winds and heavy rain moving through when it gets to you. That will be the case for everybody who is going to see storms tonight. Basically everybody. So the focus then shifts to upper Midwest, getting travel impacts from any sort of frozen precipitation that comes through. Maybe I'll take a video of the snow here. I'm in the Minneapolis area. If it snows at a good rate here, I'll take a video of it. You can see like, oh, is this April 15th? It's my prediction on the Pacific Decadal Oscillation. I think that it probably is going to follow mostly what other teleconnections are showing. I don't know if it's that good of an individual thing to look at. I think we look at it with several other indices at the same time. So I don't know. It's also a decadal oscillation, so did I get certified? What does certified mean right after school? When you get your degree, you're just a meteorologist. The EF0 sounded like a freight train? Yeah, I believe it. E-sized hail, getting a little small hail with the remnants of these storms. Olive Branch, let's see, you guys are over here somewhere. Olive Branch, oh, you're getting in on the heavier rain now. That's about it. Heavier rain and lightning. Lafayette, you guys are going to get in on the heavy rain and the winds moving through into the midnight or so. So all those storms move through southern Louisiana past midnight. Oops. Yeah, all of these guys right here are about to impact Alexandria. They're going to move through toward the Gulf Coast, eventually making it to New Orleans. I went to UNC Asheville for meteorology. We'll be chasing with a couple of good friends who are experienced in driving and also in meteorology or in radar scanning. I'm the meteorologist of the group. I'm not chasing with other meteorologists. So they're looking to me for all that sort of guidance. Climatology is about the longer term study of patterns of what is occurring in the atmosphere. So weather is immediate term, near term. Climatology is the accumulation of all of that weather and what it results in. Average amount of time spent in your safe spot until a tornado warning expires is what I would say. So typically it's good to spend 45 minutes to an hour in there. A lot of rain and hail still in Beaumont, Port Arthur area, yeah. That's going to be the case down there. Still hail showing up because it's unstable down here, right along the Gulf Coast. Looks like Houston has avoided almost all of those storms, though. It's really just bad in Port Arthur. Yeah, happy to help. Happy to help. I definitely like to do content about the storm chasing. Yeah, I'll definitely have stuff to show you guys. I'll definitely have stuff to show you. Nice one, Frank. Nope, nothing big is going on right now. We're not going to be on for too much longer. I'm just entranced by the chat right now. You guys are asking a lot of good questions, so I can't help myself. I like it. I like talking to y'all. So really, we're looking good for almost every single person here. Like, the storms are I mean, we have no more severe thunderstorm warnings anywhere in Illinois or Kentucky or Missouri. It's almost all done for through the night, except for all of parts of southern Louisiana. All of the southern half of Louisiana. It's really going to get in on these storms right here that are going to continue going down towards Lafayette, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, anywhere along Interstate 10 here. And they will pose a damaging wind threat and a very, very small tornado threat. I don't think I'll chase landfalling hurricanes, no. It would be something to be in the eye of a hurricane. I don't know if I want to do that, though. I don't know if that's for me. No, Eddie Mac. No, I don't have a specific storm chasing vehicle, nor do I want one. Or do I want one? Northern Illinois, you guys are okay. Meteorology degree is 4 years. It almost took me longer, though, because I was going to double major in math. Tornadoes from a squall line, typically not as strong. It's harder to sustain all the processes that create a strong tornado when it's in a line of storms that's being pushed forward. It's being forced forward by other factors, like the rear inflow jet and so forth. Sullivan, you guys are good, thankfully. I saw you guys over there. All the severe thunderstorm warnings headed towards you have expired, so the line of storms is really weakening. All of western, southwestern Indiana, anywhere in the state is fine. Same with Ohio. Like, you guys are going to have a period of heavy rain at some point tomorrow, anywhere along the East Coast, maybe into Monday as you go, into the Northeast, because there will be a cold front passing through, and it's going to force up some storms, but they're really not going to be bad. Really not going to be bad. Yep, I almost double majored in applied math as well. I was only a class away, but then I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. That's fine. I got all I needed out of all of the math that I studied for what I was interested in doing, that is. Hopefully that answers the look for tomorrow. Where's Ryan? He doesn't stream lower end risk days like today. This is a lower end risk day. We don't want to stream too many of them. This was right on the, like, I was like debating whether or not to go live today because I never want to tell you guys that, or like by Ryan going live, we never want to tell you guys that this is more severe than expected because we're here. Like, we don't want to cry wolf. We want to be on for when the storms actually are going to have an expected significant impact. So today was right on the border of that. I decided to do it, and it was a good idea because we did have tornado warnings roll through St. Louis. So that's why I was on today. Where's Ryan? He was talking. I saw him send quite a few messages. I've been reading what he says. He didn't really have too much to say, honestly. There's a good reason for that. No, Michigan, you guys are good. You might get in on some snow, actually. That's the thing. Memphis, it's done with. You're good in Memphis, so it's already past you. Maybe a little bit more of some rainfall coming through, but it's well past you now. Move through. And honestly, I would be surprised if this severe thunderstorm warning was continued. It might be, but honestly, it's not too impressive. This is just a bunch of this is just a gust front right up here. And then just a little bit of rain back in behind it, but that's about it. That's about it. No stream tomorrow. Absolutely not. Very lower end risk day from the Storm Prediction Center. Absolutely not. Yeah, we'll see about that snow. We'll see about that snow. Yeah, almost everybody is done today except for Southern Louisiana, which unfortunately I won't be on for through the night for Southern Louisiana. It's too isolated of an area to cover. Um, Especially when the expected threat will be damaging winds through the night. Any specific books or other literature I'd recommend for amateur weather enthusiasts? I wish I always had like a list ready for you, Rhonda. I wish I always had a list ready for anybody who'd ask that, but I mean, honestly, I don't. I didn't read very many books. I had my textbooks in my classes, and like there are really good intro to meteorology books, but and you can search intro to meteorology. It's a great way to find something like that. It would cover everything from thunderstorms to air rising and sinking to, you know, good overviews on all basic concepts of meteorology. That's what we call it in university. We call those classes intro to meteorology. So that's a great starting point, I suppose, if I were to give guidance. I'm not going to focus on Andy merch. You guys are funny, though. I don't want to think about merch too much. Again, I don't want to make these streams too monetarily focused. If you guys do support, I appreciate it. I may not be able to call all of it out because we're covering active weather and so forth when that does happen. But I do appreciate it when it comes through. So it does mean a lot. It does mean a lot. For studying meteorology, proficient in math is encouraged, but there's always a lot of resources that will be available to you in a university setting, a college setting. There will always be a lot of resources to help you. They have dedicated math labs, even in the smallest campuses, where people are paid to literally help you out with that stuff. The red box below Marion, that's a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, garden variety. Next step in radar development. I'm not that good in knowing where we'd go forward in our radar mechanics and so forth. I don't have the answers for something like that. But there's a lot of good ideas circling out there. I think the first thing we should do is just have more of them in place so that we don't have such egregious radar holes. Perhaps I could teach meteorology in a university. There goes our tornado watch, so that's now expired. It would be fun to do that, but I'd have to get to I'd have to go through a PhD, and I did get accepted into a PhD program for weather for meteorology, but I didn't want to. I was already starting with this job at that point, so like I didn't want to spend too much time for like I was like I like the potential of this job more than I like the potential of going through with a PhD and just possibly ending up doing the same thing. So yeah, Holly Springs again, just that gust front that's going to come through first. The rain is like 10 minutes removed from that. It's pretty interesting actually. I experienced a storm that looked exactly like this in Minneapolis last year. Nashville, if you see a storm, it's just going to be ordinary. Yeah, normal storm. You got it. You got it. Ryan is not live today. He has not been live at all today because it has not been a significant tornado threat today. But we still saw some tornado warnings go through populated regions, so I was here to cover it. You guys like the cat so much. He's fine. He's just chilling somewhere. He's finally enjoying the cooler temperatures indoors since it's been roasting up here in Minnesota for a while. Oh yeah, it was a tough decision for it was a tough decision for continuing to a PhD and so forth. Tough decision. Gary Lezak's theory is just I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. But just take that as a grain of salt, I guess. Oh, I definitely hear the cat somewhere. Olive Branch, you guys are fine. It's just rain in there, right? Clap of thunder. Same with Holly Springs here. The storm again is going to fall apart. It's what we watched earlier today. It's what we watched hours ago, and now that it's here, it's falling apart. Everywhere in Illinois is basically fine. Just one last severe thunderstorm warning, just in case the storm does a little bit of damage, drops a 1-inch tree branch or so. Best of luck with your second master's in meteorology. It's definitely worth the push though, for sure, Harrison. I'm a climatologist, Dale. So let that guide your understanding of what I would say to that question. Once you have one PhD, you go for another. Midas, like the golden touch. That's the cat's name. I use all three, Christopher. No reason to be gatekeepy about it. Y'all are so silly. I love hanging out with y'all. Actually, oh, I got a friend. Hey, come here. I have a friend. If he comes over here, I can actually, I can show him off. He heard me talking about him. Oh, yes, if you stayed to the end of the stream, you get some good content here. Yeah. Can you say hi? You want to say hello? Oh, good old Midas kitty. He's got the golden touch, but he has white mittens. We did get Midas kitty coming through today. He jumped up on my desk and I was like, "Hello. Hello. What's going on? You see them naders? You see them naders?" Oh, what a sweetie. Here we go. Here you go. Yeah. Hope I was able to help y'all today. Yeah, there's definitely going to be power outages. I mean, these are gusty winds that are moving through. Anywhere that's prone to having a power outage probably is going to see one today. And if you're prone to having a power outage, you're used to it in these areas. So that's what you should be expecting. We definitely saw quite a few power outages today because we had gusty storms moving through. But yeah, anywhere in Indiana, anywhere east of these storms, except for southern Louisiana tonight, is going to be mostly in is going to be in the clear. Like these storms are going to fall apart, and we'll see that cold front push through and give us some cold air. All right. No, I'm fine if any severe weather comes through. Yeah, don't worry about me, Margaret. I appreciate that, though. I appreciate it, Craig. Thank you guys for all the support. I hope I was able to help a lot of people. But I think that we're fine. You know, if you know that you're good to go for the remainder of the night, you know that if you're in Lafayette, Louisiana, or New Orleans, or in Baton Rouge, that there's going to be some gusty storms moving through and a lot of lightning. It's going to wake you up at some point tonight. We'll be good today, all right? And I think that we might see some severe weather risks prop up later this week. So next Thursday is when we start to see that come through. It's going to be a couple days of active weather. Thank you, Crazy Cat Lady. Appreciate it. So it's possible we could see some streams next week, but until then, there will not be another weather stream unless something crops up and becomes an upper level risk in the near term. But I think that's unlikely until we get to around Thursday, April 20th. And then the next few days, we'll have to watch for active severe storms, okay? So we're getting into springtime. But the hope is that we'll have another little bit of a quiet period, and then maybe a quiet period after, the next week, end of next week into the weekend. That would be our active period where a lot of us will see some weather. And then hopefully we'll have another quiet period into the end of April. Those are things that I talked about in my forecast video that you should watch if you haven't watched it yet. Even though today's storms have passed through, I've got some more stuff about next week. And I've got some stuff about El Nino in there. It's 16 minutes of good meteorology, man. Definitely worth watch if you want a little bit more weather tonight. All right? Yep, Illinois is fine. Indiana's going to be fine. And everywhere east tomorrow as well. Y'all will be good. Enjoy the cold fronts, okay? let's get some cooler air for almost everyone where this cold front moves in over the next couple of days, and hopefully we just have less snow in the upper Midwest and more decent weather coming up until we have to cover some more severe stuff. So until then, I appreciate you all. Thank you all for the support. Thanks for being here. Much appreciated. Let's call it here. Let's call it here. And if you get some severe weather tonight, then just enjoy it as best you can. And if it does give you some storm anxiety, then make yourself a hot beverage ahead of time. Make yourself some hot chocolate or something, and just get cozy up in an interior room of your house, and you'll be all good to go. Promise that. I'll post some snow if I get it. All right, I'll see you guys. Hopefully we don't have to meet again soon on this channel, because if we do, there's severe weather happening. But until then, I'll see y'all later. Thanks for watching. Hopefully I was able to help today. And if you haven't yet, consider subscribing. I got that plaque on the way. Thanks to y'all. You'll see it in the background soon. All right, peace out.